Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we're going to be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to, thank you so much for the gift, Stella. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can get on the, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot's Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. You know, the best way I can describe some of the energy that we're currently going through right now, and I was kind of trying to prepare us for this to a certain extent, particularly, I would just like to remind you of that time a few months ago when like everything was in retrograde, like everything was in retrograde, and everybody was like, when is the retrograde going to end? Well, there's nothing in retrograde right now. Okay. You didn't want anything in retrograde. You don't have anything in retrograde. Are you happy? The thing about it, though, and you have to understand, and I was trying to talk about this when we were going through the retrograde cycles, retrogrades aren't necessarily a bad thing. It depends on the planet. It depends on the planets in retrograde, depends on the house it's in retrograde in, depends on the planets that are around the planets that are in retrograde, because I like to think of it more of a balancing act. And so when you've got a lot of rapid planets in houses of rapid transit, a little retrograde energy can sometimes be beneficial because it can create it can create the ballast, right? Thinking about the retrograde grades as the ballast when we have a lot of energy that's moving very rapidly. And the reason I'm bringing that up right now is because we've got a ton of planets that are currently in Aries. And Aries is very fast energy. Aries is extremely fast, but I also like to describe it as burst energy, right? It's first gear. It's that vroom. It's that ignition that you often need to like get energetically motivated, or to kind of effectively move out of things or to move into things. And so I'm going to stress this. That is what you should be using this energy for. Not get all twisted up in one's own feelings about things. And I know that might be difficult right now, because the other thing about it, and we always like to talk about the benefits and effectively the detriments of each sign work, right? That same energy that can sometimes create that feeling of burst, right? That those like bursts of energy that can sometimes get things where they need to be or get things done, if not applied effectively, can be reactive, right? Can move one further backwards in the modality by which you push back against things. So I want you to be conscientious about that as we're working through energy like the energy that we're currently experiencing. Being able to take a certain proportion of having patience with the self, right? Patient and purposeful is exactly the type of energy that you should be applying to energetic cycles like this. Not allowing frustration to effectively not allowing frustration to confound or energetically confuse the self. Now, this is having a different impact depending on, and there's also, before we get into that, there's also the continuation that we have to understand too. And the reason I mention that is because a lot of the work that we're currently seeing has to do with how we ourselves navigate sensitivity, specifically because that sensitivity that we effectively identify is a condition of what we experience with the fact of Jupiter having finally moved out of retrograde in Cancer. And this is bringing me back to what I was articulating about the fact that not all the retrograde energies are that bad. I would actually go so far as to say Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer might feel a little bit more cozy than Jupiter in, like, not in retrograde in Cancer. And the reason is because it's the observation that Jupiter has a lot to do with our own sense of the self, right? With our own feeling of energetic stabilization, with our own ability to identify and feel fortified within the self. So the work by which we experience Jupiter out of retrograde in Cancer can actually feel more vulnerable, right? Because the energy itself was already working into the context of vulnerability, right? That's what the Cancerian energy does with Jupiter placed within it. So the modality by which we work through that vulnerability, it can be something that's healing. However, right, it can also be triggering to those that aren't working to understand the self well, right? It can potentially create, it's either the space of like deep integration or a lot of hostile projection. So I want you to just be a little conscientious about that. If you yourself are feeling like you're going through those bursts of emotionality or those energetic feelings of frustration, anger, potentially as it relates to circumstances or situations around the past. We're going to get into that too, speaking specifically upon the energy that we find in solitude. Now, when we're talking about the energies in solitude right now, we see that a lot of these relationships are working through world lessons, which are effectively the lessons that we see in the world card of the tarot. And we've been seeing that relationship cycle has been occurring since about January 18th, when we had that Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season up until the present. There's something really important that we see may be happening right now for some of that energy in solitude, related directly into the nature by which we carry trauma. And this has been coming through very heavily. The observation that there's different qualities of sentiment that we bring towards things. There is the sentiment that we feel in the moment, which is often archetypal of a true sentimental experience, right? The modality of something that carries a lot of weight and meaning, and that sentiment effectively carries through over time, versus the experiences by which the brain wraps trauma in the sentiment in order to energetically protect it. The observation of the quality and characteristic that often, this is why we experience circumstances by which, you know, look at the most traumatizing experience of your life. You'll probably find some sentiment there, because that is the sound of a mind loving itself and trying to energetically protect it from something that was very difficult to bear. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation of potentially recognizing that they're going through a healing journey, and at the same time that they're going through a healing journey, potentially recognizing, right, the quality or the progress of the mind, building sentiment upon something that they're energetically healing from. I feel like for some of the energy right now, that is helping them feel fortified, even as they feel sentimental, right? Because they're navigating the quality of the sentiment that they're carrying, while at the same time potentially recognizing and identifying circumstances and situations by which they carry true sentiment, the sentiment that they felt at the moment that is carried through over time. We also see that these could be new relationships that are coming together at this moment, by which having conversations upon the complicated weight of the memories that we carry, potentially having those conversations, or the recognition of the strange relationality that we build towards experiences that we're healing from. But even in the modality by which we see that occurring, we see a lot of these new relationships are they're taking new approaches to their emotions, understanding that the emotions that we carry forth into new relationship act as shield in order to protect us from the relationships that are not in towards our highest self or inclination, right? The relationship by which, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these relationships are pushing out of their own comfort zone in terms of leading with the emotions, because that's what we get with the combination force of Uranus in Taurus season. The observation that the best way to step into a new comfort zone is the ability to step out of the one you're currently in. Now, this brings us to the energy that is moving deeper into divine union. And these are effectively the relationships that were occurring between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we discussed in January up until the experience of the Uranus going retrograde in September of last year. Now, these relationships were based upon the work that we see in the moon card. And it was actually very hard to read for these relationships when they were first coming together. I can see them clearly now, which is again very qualitative of the fact that they were going through moon lessons. And there was hesitancy there. There was a lot of trepidation that we saw in terms of those relationships coming together, a lot of faltering, a lot of shorts, a lot of stops and starts. But what we effectively see that was occurring was a lot of those relationships were carrying wounds, having experienced wounding in the past as it relates to the centrifugal force of purpose. And what is the centrifugal force of purpose? The observation that the same energy of their purpose that said another person longed for or drove them towards them was exactly the same thing that another person articulated was the reason that the relationship could not persist or continue. And for some of these relationships or experiences or individuals, having gone through, and maybe not just one, but several relationships where this occurred, I feel like a lot of the relationships that were coming together right now were relationships that had abandoned the consideration that they would ever be in relationship in the first place. They just kind of assumed that because they had that the purpose was effectively damaging partnership. Not the case, because they're finally finding a relationship that can carry the sum weight of the entire person, which is the observation of a relationship that does not see purpose as third party, but part and parcel of the person that they're in relationship with. So for a lot of the relationships that are going through that, there's a lot of rapid healing that's occurring. The observation of discovering an integrity wound that they could not see at the time that they were experiencing it in past partnership, because an integrity wound is when our yeses don't stay yeses and our nos don't stay nos. And the observation of that energetically occurring, that is effectively allowing for the clarity, right? The relationship that's bringing the reality check. They're giving each other a reality check in the terms of what they were experiencing in the past, and immediately are copacetic about it. As soon as they feel it, it's already cleared, because they found the relationship that creates that clarity. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those relationships between now and the full moon are moving into deepened partnership states. I see a lot of those relationships moving deeper into divine union much more rapidly, which again is the observation of them being able to energetically find the relationship that can carry the sum whole of the person within it. Now, this brings us to the energy that's deep within divine union, and these are effectively the temperance partnerships, which were coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde in September up until the summer solstice period that we had last year. These relationships were based on the lessons that we see in the temperance card. Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. They were coming, and a lot of the work that we see right now is actually moving slowly. Right? We see the moon relationships can't be moving fast enough right now, right? The energy in solitude is observing how quickly the body moves to create sentiment around trauma, and the energy deep within divine union is effectively taking slow, determinative approaches as it relates to the things that they're working upon, with the observation for a lot of those relationships as it relates to the observation of what others do as they see one working patiently, which is the space by which I keep on seeing for some of these relationships that ability of potentially taking on weight, or the space by which they're energetically dependable. I feel like there's a lot, right? There's a lot of that energy that comes towards them to shore up things. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for some of those relationships, that ability, like that ability to recognize and identify stability, or the work that we see that the relationships provide one another as it relates to creating stability. I keep on seeing that that is the energy that almost, like, I feel like it's the energy that almost reminds one another as they do so that stability is energetically reciprocal. That when stability is actual stability, it's the stability that not only another finds within us, but that we find in another. And so that is a lot of the energy that is working into, I keep wondering, they're working into pillar lessons, right? Or they're working into the observation of what it means or what it feels like to be able to build into the stability of the self that allows the observation or the understanding of the recognition point in terms of how one is trying to do something effectively, or the ability to articulate it in a way by which one is able to effectively become more refined in terms of how one experiences or articulates the self, right? That's a continuation of some of that Jupiter and Cancer energy we were talking about. So I feel like for a lot of that energy, it's actually the slowest of the energy we see, but I almost feel like that's because the energy is already a little bit ahead of the curve in relationality to moving towards that Aries full moon in Libra season. And I like an Aries full moon. I mean, I like a Libra full moon in Aries season because that often talks to us about the beauty of being able to find or recognize balance. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also like to invite you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the wand court cards. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to our Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of potentially receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would still encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on the new moon cycle that we recently experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 7.5K likes. When we get to 50K on the Clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you so much for that adorable corgi avatar. Lenny, thank you. Did you guys see the corgi that had to guide the other dogs home? Oh my gosh. I could not. It was so sweet. Absolutely. How you doing there? And thank you, Stella, for those gifts. You're the first person on our list today. You also have an additional card in your reading. Nicole, thank you for those heart me's. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 cards. Your readings really make me realize things. I'm so glad to hear that, Stella, and thank you so much for being here and being a part of this collective. Grand Rising, Dada, good to see you. I'm definitely navigating sensitivity. I cried so much last night. Sending you so much support. I told you it might be coming in bursts right now. It might be coming in bursts. It has to do with all the planets, like Venus and Aries. Like it's like burst energy. Just pay attention to it. Grand Rising, Siobhan. Hi there, dear. Good to see you, Dada, and thank you so much for sharing the live. I deeply appreciate you, dear. Hi there from South Africa. How are you doing today? Welcome from Germany. I didn't realize you were in Germany, Stella. Hi, Kay. Good to see you. Hi, Hannah. And guys, please welcome our mod, Kay Megan, in for today. Absolutely. Grand Rising Avatar and Rata, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Excellent. Hold on a minute. What happened? Oh, thank you. And thank you again, Dada, for sharing the live. Greetings, Astro. Hello there. Hi there, Rata. If you'd like to have a reading, all you have to do is send the donation payment. I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Also, just a reminder, if there's anyone on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. We're also going to be doing something a little bit differently today as well before we start. Anybody who is able to head over, if you have not already, if you head over to the place where we keep the photos that starts with an I, NSTA, then if you give me a follow there, I will give you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced souls, a book of insight. We will be doing that before we get started on today's daily collective read. So if there's anybody who would like to take the opportunity of doing that now, just go ahead and head over to the Insta. It is the same exact name that you will find here. As before we get started though on today's daily collective read, just a reminder that whenever you get on the list the day before, you are always having first priority and being read for before we have the daily collective. We have nobody on the priority list today, so we're going to get started right directly into the daily collective read. But before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who said blue? It's not a blue dragon, but it is a blue hawk. So thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you are going to be, if you are following me over on the Insta, I'd like to have that affirmation before we get started. Just go ahead and give me a follow and comment in the comment section followed so I can see that you've done so, and I'll be happy to give you an affirmation before we begin. That said, please remember we have 2. You were very close. We've got 2 different giveaways today. The first one is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you are tapping that. Make sure that you're currently in the lead for that giveaway right now is Avatar. Thank you so much, Avatar, with 302. And again, the other giveaway we're doing right now is going to be a free reading when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate that now to make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live here is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. We're going to be starting our day off today with a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to be starting that. We're going to be starting with the headspace of masculine. I already got one of those cards out. 3 cards for masculine headspace. We'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine. Wow, 2 cards, 1 card on the ground, 1 card on the table, and 1 more, please. These cards are all over the place. I'm not surprised to see it. Ooh, that 4 of Pentacles, man, coming up a lot right now. 3 cards we've got right now are currently the 5 of Wands in its upright, in combination with the Empress card in its upright, in combination with the 4 of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively seeing in relationality to this energy. So one of the things that we need to understand, and one of the things that we've been talking about continuously as it relates to this particular Aries season, is there's an ongoing theme that we're identifying as it relates to what it means to be a warrior. And I keep on just getting the same message coming through, which is warriors are not war seeking, right? Warriors are not war seeking, because and you have to understand, when an individual looks for things to test their strength against, it's often the modality by which they feel they have to prove their strength to others, right? I keep on getting the difference between the work that we identify within ourselves, which is the modality by which we work towards something that is energetically strong. What you'll often notice that warriors are actually often working on delicacy, right? They're working on refinement. That those who are truly strong often feel like they themselves are the custodians of that strength, and the ability to energetically apply it often identifies and recognizes the work that we ourselves do that allow us to be able to do something even better. And so I think that there's something really beautiful here, because what we're effectively identifying is we've got a lot of warrior energy in the headspace of masculine. And that is the energy that effectively works upon the energetic details of things, right? the modality of effectively fine-tuning, or the space by which we ourselves are trying to come into energetic attunement. Now, what often happens, and I need to point this out, and this is the hard part with this energy, is the healthy masculine energy is potentially feeling the energetic frustration towards the energy that is not in a healthy state, right? And what do you often see? And I like to point out, energy, I keep on getting, energy that does not feel true to the self feels like it must perform upon the self, is what I keep on hearing, right? Energy that truly does not feel the self often feels the need to perform the self, right? So there's a lot of this energy that I keep on seeing as it relates to the difference between masculinity that's on display, right? The masculinity that's on display, that often the projected energy feels they're doing it for the benefit of another, but really they're doing it for the self, right? The false projection by which one feels that you understand the gaze of another, but the gaze of another is really the way that one gazes at the self. Versus, right, the healthy masculine energy that works upon, right, energetic listening, right, the observation, right, the amount of nurturing that truly goes into the space of love. Because when we care about things, we energetically nurture them. And the modality by which we nurture them is that we work to energetically understand them. And this is why it's so important that we get into harmony with our own feeling of vulnerability. Because if you don't understand yourself, if you're not invested in understanding yourself, how will you ever understand another, right? This is why we talk about the exploration of the self. That is so important, because that is the work that we do inward that immediately is apparent outward, right? The internal energetic contemplation that allows us to effectively stride even further, because it's the inward journey that leads us to outward harmony. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's working through that experiences, and potentially feeling the energetic frustration and weight in how hard it is, right? How hard it is to feel true to the self in the context of those that are constantly in the space of trying to perform the work of the self, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that like the performative, like the space by which, right? It's not the space by which, like, and it's almost interesting too, because it almost feels like there's no quality by which we can't energetically perform the self, right? But the difference between, right, the difference between the space by which we move in alignment to ourselves as we're performing the self versus trying to prove something to the self, that is effectively the energetic difference, right? It's aligning to, instead of trying to energetically prove. And so we see that that's a lot of the energy that, like, I can almost see like the energy that can see the insecurity, right? It's almost the masculine energy that has the gift and the ability to see the insecurity that exists in the context of the energy that feels more like they're performing for the sense or for the sake of feeling the need to energetically prove something about the self to another, right? And that's why we often talk about the modality of authenticity is often articulated with the space of articulating upon having nothing to prove, right? That doesn't mean, having nothing to prove doesn't mean that one doesn't do anything, right? Having nothing to prove simply means that we're not doing something to prove something to another. We're doing it to validate or reaffirm the energetic self. Now, this brings us to the energy that's the feminine energy. What's going on with feminine today? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I'm feeling inclined to use the Tarot of the Divine for today's reading for feminine. What's going on there? Hold on a minute. I got it. We've got 8 of Wands in its upright. So both energies starting strong in the wand section today, but very different wand energy, very different wand energy. The King of Cups, wow, in its upright, and the 8 of Cups in coins in its reversal. I got to point out, if you're a tarot nerd, you can take a look at today's spread. There's a lot of alignment between the cards we just drew. It's an alignment day. There's a lot of alignment here. And the thing I want to point out is the way we can see this is these. I want to just show you these cards because they're different, but they're occupying the same experience. They're occupying the same experience in different ways, right? Because while we see that masculine, right? While we see that masculine is going through a bit more of that energetic static here with the 5 of Wands, right? Feminine is moving with more alacrity, is the best way I can see, right? It's the observation. It's like it's trying to work towards, like I feel like this is feminine trying to take streamlined approaches to things, or trying to see what feels like it could or should be energetically simpler is what I'm identifying there. So for a lot of that energy, what we're effectively identifying or working through is it's the observation of the expedience, but I keep on hearing it's the expedience that allows for credence, right? And I keep on getting, and the reason I keep on hearing expedience and credence, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the ability, I keep on hearing when we have a lot to do, we lay it across the timeline, is what I keep on getting. When we have a lot to do, we lay it across the timeline. And I keep on saying the reason that we effectively lay things across the timeline is because, again, it's, and I like this with an 8 of Wands, right? Everything can get done, right? This is what's beautiful. And this is often what we see. We've had the moon in Gemini, and Aries and Gemini are often very similar when it comes to accomplishing things, right? Because Aries and Gemini, like in confluence, is saying everything is possible. Like everything under the sun is possible. It's just in the context of time, right? In the context of time and prioritization, right? It's not about there's nothing like Aries and Gemini literally refuse to believe that nothing is impossible, like that there are things that are impossible. Like the impossible is impossible to those with Aries and Gemini placements, because Aries and Gemini placements understand that everything, like often Aries says, with the right amount of effort, you can do anything. Might not be the best way of doing it, but with like enough force, anything can be done. And Gemini often talks towards if one is effectively moving, right, with alacrity in different ways, then everything is accomplishable. So we see a lot of that energy there. And I keep on identifying that a lot of that energy is effectively the amplification of what feels like, I told you, like, and that's what I keep on getting with all these planets in Aries. It can feel like surges, right? So we get a lot of that surge energy, or those like surges of energy, and just effectively using them as effectively as possible. And I want to show you again why these cards are so similar. If you're a tarot nerd, go ahead and look at the spread when I post it over on the stack. Center occupation point. What is centered? What is centered in masculine headspace right now? Feminine energy. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. What is centered in feminine energy right now? Masculine energy. King of Cups. So again, the contemplation point there. And again, the final cards in these spreads right now in the headspace, masculine, we have the 4 of Pentacles in its reversal, but look at this 8 of Pentacles. Very, very similar energy. But I need to point this out The difference that we see is happening right now is based upon what happens in the same experience, depending on whether you show up as masculine or feminine energy, right? Because when masculine energy has a lot going on, we almost see the energy recognizes that there's a sense of patience that happens there, right? Right? This is the energy that often recognizes the fact that when others see them occupied, the energy becomes patient. Feminine doesn't often get that same privilege, right? It's the energy that often recognizes the modality by which the energy, right? This is feminine recognizing that when feminine has a lot going on, right? That is not typically the same experience that feminine gets, which is the modality by which another person expects them to energetically figure it out or to work faster, as it were. So we see there that this could potentially be the conversation point between masculine and feminine, showing the privilege that often the masculine energy receives that the feminine energy isn't granted, right? Because we see here that this is the masculine that often feels the weight that when the masculine can effectively do something, they effectively articulate or move it towards feminine, whereas feminine is in the modality or experience by which, right, this is often the energy that has had experiences by which energy expects feminine to cater, right? And this is the important thing about it. We don't energetically cater to one another. We energetically collaborate, right? It's the modality by which we effectively work in confluence that allow us to effectively energetically align and exist. So what we effectively see that's happening here is that for a lot of the energy effectively doing this work, the alignment points that we see that are happening are often energy that finds themselves in the experiences of building into healthy energetic balance, because it's the observation of the peerage, right? This is what we see, right? This is literally the balance point of masculine and feminine energy, which speaks about peerage, which is the modality by which the energy does not see one above or below the other one, but the modality by which, right, they energetically see one another in the context of the understanding of what they energetically bring forth. Now, what happens frequently is the modality by which, and this is where we get the third cards here, right? The modality by which masculine is often in the space by which when masculine is, I keep on hearing, when masculine is in the modality where they feel energetically like working through something, and also in the experience of, right, unburdening or divesting the self, then this is often, right, this is often the experience by which we recognize that this is the energy of the masculine that is learning, right? They're working through the knowledge point, or they're working through the observation that masculine is not, like the quality of masculine is not, we do not qualify masculine in relationality to, right, the energetic strength point, but more the capacity of masculine to be able to find fortitude and strength within their own person, and the understanding that fortitude and strength is not demarcated by fragility, which is the modality of not being able to energetically communicate feelings, right? And this is a lot of the masculine that's healing from the false premise that in order to occupy masculinity, one must divest oneself of emotions. Everything we have is a gift, right? Everything we've been given is a blessing. So the modality by which, right, there's nothing more devastating than the false knowledge of trying to articulate to masculine that the only way to occupy masculinity is to divest oneself of emotions, because that is a tale of fragility, right? That is the performative masculine energy that articulates that is trying to perform strength. So that when we understand the quality by which, when we understand the false narrative that performative strength articulates, which says, right, that anything that doesn't prove strength is silly, unnecessary, or weak, then the energy of the masculine becomes weaker instead of stronger, because the qualities and characteristics of the energy of the emotions, right? The emotions are effectively the energy or the energetic force that is most connected to our soul. So what we effectively understand is that any depiction of masculinity that asks masculinity to let go of emotions in order to occupy masculine, they're actually asking one to become soulless, right? So when you understand, right, when you understand the false dictate of masculinity that articulates an emotionality needs to be removed to be masculine, then you understand the process by which another person is trying to remove the soul, right? Remove the soul from the aspect of masculinity. And then you find yourself surprised where masculinity often comes through the experience of maturing and they feel hollow. They feel energetically vacant. They feel unfulfilled. How, of course you'll feel unfulfilled. You've been going through an experience by which another person has been draining you of your emotions by telling you that you shouldn't feel them if you want to be in the inclination of occupying the space that is masculine energy. While for feminine, it's the opposite. It's the feminine that has been asked to carry the full force of all of the emotions, not just the emotions of the feminine, but others' emotions too. Right? And what is often the sound that feminine hears when feminine finally lays boundaries? How dare you not carry my emotions for me? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you not be there to carry the emotions that I don't want to deal with? How dare you? How dare you not hold all of those extra emotions for everyone around you? And then the emotion, what happens with the feminine is the feminine basically dissolves in the context of having to carry everyone's emotions because it doesn't allow the feminine to be able to effectively move towards things in a space of alacrity. It doesn't allow the feminine to be able to find the energetic self. So we see the profound imbalance that energetically occurs in the false treatises of masculine and feminine energy. The masculine energy that are the performative masculine energy that says in order to occupy masculinity, you must devoid yourself of emotions, which basically robs you of your own soul, as well as the framework of the false feminine that says the only way you can be feminine is you can't just have your feelings, but you got to carry the feelings of them. You got to carry the feelings of them. Oh, you forgot about that person's feeling? You're gonna have a consequence for that. No, you gotta carry everybody's. You gotta be very attentive. You better be very attentive to everyone's feelings, and if not, you're being very selfish. You're being very, very selfish. How could you be so selfish for not carrying everybody's feelings as if they were your own? Empathy. Empathy is being able to have understanding, but that does not. And here's the thing: empathy does not remove quality, because the truth is, we understand that the ego has unreal feelings. The ego is often in the space of me, 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 me. And the danger there is when someone isn't doing the work to heal their ego, the quality and conditions of the emotions they ask another person to hold, what's the only sound that those emotions say? Me, 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 right? And that is energy that often carries, this is often the premature energy of energy that has not learned to carry the weight of their emotions, that tries to qualify the vibration of emotional intelligence as the weight of another's tolerance in order to carry the emotions that another person is not inclined to deal with or bear. And so this is a lot of the feminine that is getting better at recognizing the value, I keep on hearing, the bittersweet value of empathy that allows you to completely understand the quality by which another person feels, the quantity by which another person feels something, but then also being able to calibrate whether they're qualified to feel that, right? And the qualifier to feeling something is whether they have a right to feel that way, because that's the thing about it. The ego often feels things they don't energetically have a right to feel, because the ego is often in a space by which it's vastly overprotective of the self in each and every moment when it's too, right? When it's not in a healthy state. And this is a continuation of talking about the work that we see that happens. This is why I like Jupiter in Cancer, even though it can feel very emotional. It's like it's egoic repair work, right? Getting to the non-binary energy. And we're going to be utilizing for non-binary right now. You know what? I'm feeling the Game of Thrones tarot right now for non-binary. 3 cards, please. Wow. I just want to point out there's a lot of cards in these spreads, and the amount of opportunity for the other cards. 5 of Wands in its upright. 5 of Wands in its upright. Same exact card as masculine. Same exact position as masculine. 5 of Wands in its upright. 4 of Wands in its upright. God, there are so many wands here. It's an alignment day. And the Tower card in its reversal. Wow, I like those are, listen, that those are some nice cards. But I need to point something out here. It's not that it's not ideal, is what I keep on seeing. I have to stress this. It's not the fact the cards are nice. A 5 of Wands is never ideal. But I keep on getting the observation of how another feels is what I keep on seeing. And I just, it's like as soon as I started drawing these cards, I just kept on hearing, do you know how I feel? Now you know how I feel, right? Like, do you know how I feel? Now you know how I feel. Because and I need to describe this, the space by which I want you to understand that this energy here has often gone through a lot of path work of like I keep on getting the word ostracization keeps on coming through. And the thing about here's the funny thing about being ostracized is when energy is when energy is ostracizing, it's not the space by which another person is doing so intentionally. It's very passive aggressive to energetically ostracize because it's the modality by which another person is allowing fear to dictate their action, right? Like that is effectively what occurs. And the modality by which we another, and this is what we understand. This is why we talk about love as being brave for one another, right? Because 9 times out of 10, the force that hurts us is not the force that hurts us intentionally. It's the force that's too afraid to care, right? It's the energetic force that's too afraid to care about things. That energetic force that would rather turn, I keep on, the energetic force that would rather turn their head than effectively energetically observe or work through things, right? The shape and nature of disappointment in others is often amplified and articulated by the aversion of gaze, right? And this is the thing I need to point out, and I feel like I have to say this over and over again when we're reading. If you believe in something that requires you to avert your gaze from something, that is not a spiritual belief. That's an indulgence. That's an indulgent view. That's an indulgent view. That's an indulgent view that you carry right there. If your beliefs, if your feelings can't bear the weight of energetic observing of something, that is not a belief. That is an indulgence that you're granting yourself. Because the understanding that a majority of the cruelty of this world occurs in the aversion of the gaze, in the ability by which one looks away from something, can't bear it. No, I'm too sensitive. Yes, the sensitive soul that hurts everyone, right? The sensitive soul that is that claims that they're so sensitive that they hurt everyone because their fragile composition can't take seeing what is actually occurring. That's not sensitivity, that's fragility. And this is what I keep on seeing. This is the energy that articulates the ability to tell the difference. I keep on hearing there's sensitive and there's fragile. And I keep on getting that for the energy that's existing within this space, the ability to be able to discern between the difference between sensitivity and fragility is the fact that the modality by which something hurts to see and one does something about it because it hurts to look upon versus the ability by which one says, I can't look at that. No, it's like, yeah, my energetic, like my beliefs, no, my beliefs don't let me see, my beliefs don't let me look at that. That's not a belief. That's a pretty fragile belief you got there, right? That's a pretty fragile belief you got there. If your belief doesn't allow you to see something, that's not a belief. That's an indulgent view. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that effectively works, right? I feel like that's a lot of the energy that works to observe things. They work to observe, like, again, the ability to look at an ugly view is what we talk about shadow work being. It's an ugly, that's what it is, right? It's looking at those parts of ourselves that are hard to look at. It's looking around situations that are hard to look at. It's not easy, but if it was easy, it wouldn't be important. Because the more that we're able to strengthen our gaze, the more that we're able to look at something and not become disassociated by it, right? Not become unfazed, but allowing ourselves to be able to navigate the full magnitude of something. It allows us to be able to effectively build into the context of the shape of work that we're trying to bring towards things. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, they don't have the luxury of that, right? It's a luxurious view, right? It must, I keep on hearing the energy go, it must be very luxurious to not be able to have to look at parts within the self, right? Where do you live if you don't live within you? That's often the nature by which you see someone disassociating, right? The space by which they flee from their own self in the act of projection. And you'll see it. You'll see energy, right? You'll see energy hopped up, yelling at everyone and everything. But because that is the sound of someone screaming to get away from themselves. And in the space by which they scream, everybody can see them. Continuing to get clarification. Center card, middle heart, reading into the heart space right now. Moving back to masculine. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for masculine. 3 cards, please. Bearing 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. We've got the 7 of Cups in its upright, the 3 of Wands in its upright, and the Page of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying there? We see that for a lot of this energy right now, I feel like I keep on hearing there's something about the masculine that is observing other masculine energy in the fairy tale of masculinity, is what I keep on hearing. The fractured fairy tale of masculinity that speaks upon a masculine that has to save everything from everyone, including from themselves, right? The fractured fairy tale of masculinity that feels that it must save everyone, everything, everyone from everything, including themselves. Because this is often the shape and nature of the trauma that occurs in the space of the masculine energy, right? That 9 times out of 10, the energy of masculine that hurts another is saying the space by which they're articulating, I'm rescuing you, I'm rescuing you, I'm rescuing you, at every moment that they are literally devastating another person, right? The modality of the toxicity of salvation cycles that articulate the fact that others need saving from themselves, that actually feeds into the ego, that articulates the fantasy of what they themselves desire, right? When we understand ourselves, there's nothing that requires saving. There's the ability to, when we are so obsessed with saving, we cannot hear cries for help. When we are so obsessed with saving, we cannot hear the cry for help that is standing directly before us. Because that is the modality by which we understand the illusion, right? The energetic illusion of salvation that is a fairy tale of the egoic self, that articulates the fact that we're here to rescue each other. We're not here to rescue each other. We're here to rescue ourselves, because we become each other's blessings when we're perpetually rescuing ourselves over and over and over again. And that doesn't mean, right, that doesn't mean that we don't articulate the need for assistance and help when it is necessary. But the modality by which we articulate and recognize that quality and characteristic is how we energetically heal. And I see that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is the modality of understanding that the space, right? The space of energetically salvaging, right? And this is what you have to understand, that the words salvage and salvation are very similar, right? Because when we take on a salvation mindset, we feel we need to salvage someone. right? That someone is unworthy, that someone is a mess, but with the right, you know what? With the right polish, with the right burnishing, with the right changes, they could become blessed, right? That perception right there, that is the toxicity. That is the ego that feels that it knows the form that things should take, rather than embracing the divine beauty that energetically surrounds everything. And when we're in a healthy space, this is why we have to eradicate the perception of energetic ideals, right? Because the only ideal that we should hold is the ideal that feels that it is an ideal that is energetically shared, right? And the quality by which an ideal is shared proves the quality of it being an ideal, because the singular ideals we hold are energetic fantasies if they're not shared by others. And the modality by which we express them qualifies whether they are worthy of being ideals in the first place. Because, and you'll often see someone in this modality, right? The fantasy that one builds into as it relates to creating false narratives of what you're effectively doing for another. Another is not receiving that unless they articulate the fact that they do so, right? The space or the condition or the place by which we ourselves energetically observe and recognize that force of intention effectively articulates and amplifies our own feeling of understanding. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation, that recognition, that building into the context of the fact of working upon the self, rather than building into the framework of trying to energetically work upon everything and everyone around the self, we simply see that for a lot of the energy that's effectively facilitating upon that, it is the observation of that type of, facilitation that is allowing the energy to effectively improve the quality and nature of relationship, specifically and particularly, because this is the energy that effectively sees and recognizes what that quality or that tendency is in the first place, right? The energetic, the difference between the actual effort that we put into the world to make it better, right? Versus the energetic fantasy of doing things for others that others have never asked for, nor do we feel inclined to tell them because we know that they wouldn't be energetically receptive upon it, but yet we effectively persist upon, is often the nature of the energetic toxicity that we build around circumstances or situations. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation is what is effectively allowing for the healthy relationships to occur. Because this is the energy that's effectively learning, that is working through pathwork of surrender, right? Which is not the need to energetically control everything, but rather coming into the modality of being able to collaborate and build together. Continuing for feminine right now, 3 cards for feminine. And we're going to be utilizing, let's see here, we're going to be utilizing the Game of Thrones Tarot, 3 cards, heart space. 1, 2, 3. We've got the Justice card in its reversal, the Knight of Spears in its upright, as well as the Queen of Swords in its upright. Wow. So everything I keep on seeing right now for feminine is working into, and this is more of this. This is feminine energy that is absolutely terrified, right? Of energy that feels the false premise of coming to their rescue, right? This is a lot of feminine that could often say, tell me, like, let me tell you the story of who hurt me, by telling you the person that would have said at every moment that they were hurting the feminine worse than anyone's ever hurt them before. You'll thank me for this one day. I'm helping you. I'm here to save you, right? The modality by which the feminine articulates a history of violence upon the feminine, coming from energy that was articulating at every moment that they were traumatizing the feminine, that they were doing it for the benefit of a feminine, that never gave any desire or inclination of requiring or needing it, right? The false premise of salvation that often speaks towards right? The lack of balance, right? The lack of balance inherent in salvation mindsets, because the lack of balance inherent in salvation mindsets is the modality that you can't save someone you're energetically equal to. You can't save someone you're energetically equal to. You can't save someone you're energetically equal to. So in the moment that you articulate upon the fact that you feel that you're saving someone, what you're really saying is that you are lessening them. You are lessening them, which means you're lessening them because you're making them smaller and you're trying to give them a lesson. And we only give lessons in the space and in the context of energetic consent, the desire and the understanding and recognition of the mutual benefit of what one is effectively learning. So we see that this is a lot of that energy that's working through the violation, right? The sheer violation in the very premise of requiring energetic salvation if it occurs from counterpart energy, because the modality, that very moment that someone says that they're rescuing, is the very moment that they're effectively articulating the fact that they are accuting you and saying that you are someone that requires it, because they're diminishing you in their energetic perception. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's that observation. It's why the energy, it's like incensed for a reason, right? There's all that healthy Aries energy, and meanwhile Mars is in Pisces, incensed for a reason. How dare you come into the modality of feeling like one knows what another person truly desires without listening, right? That's what the ego does. The ego goes, I know you're saying all these things, but I know, right? I know deep in your heart space. I know you better than you know yourself. Blah, blah, blah. Right? That is the ego, right? That is the ego that sees a mirror and pretends it's a window, right? That is the ego that sees a mirror and pretends it's a window. The false premise by which another person builds a narrative of what they desire to believe versus what they're being told. And this is why, right, moving into the non-binary space, 3 cards please, Smith-Waite Centennial deck. This is why, yep, clarification, 10 of Swords in its upright, Chariot in its reversal, 7 of Cups in its reversal. We say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. There is nothing more toxic. There is nothing more dangerous. There is nothing more reprehensible on this earth than saying one thing when you're desiring another. And when you realize the full cost of what that happens, you hurt others, right? When you're passive aggressive, your passive aggressive becomes a cultural issue. That passive aggressive quality becomes a cultural issue, because when you're passive aggressive, when you're not saying things that are true, it helps energy that is in the delusional state believe the lie that the ego is telling the self. Your passive aggressiveness is reprehensible. It hurts everybody. It doesn't just hurt you. It hurts everybody. It hurts every victim. It hurts every person experiencing another person's delusions full tilt, because all you do when you are passive aggressive is you feed into the illusion of saying, I know they're saying that, but that's not what they really mean. I know they're telling me to go away, but I know they want me to stay. I know they're telling me to stop, but I really know that means to go further. Every single time you are passive aggressive to anyone in any context, you are helping the aggressor. You are helping the aggressor. You have to fix the passive aggressiveness. It's not a personal issue. It is a profound issue. You will literally help the society grow by healing your passive aggressive tendencies. Because every time you broadcast to someone, I'm saying yes, but I really mean no, then someday, a very delusional person will hear someone say no and will firmly believe in their egoic state that it's a yes. This is why this is why it's okay to look at passive aggressive as anathema. This is why it is good to work to remove it entirely. Because when you understand the full context of the violence and the trauma that occurs in the space of others becoming complicit in a passive aggressive culture, then you understand that you are creating the shape by which an aggressor will one day say, oh, I must have misinterpreted the message. And even in them saying, oh, my bad, it will be condoned as okay. Because, we all do that, right? We all do that. We all create a world where it's okay to say one thing when we mean another. That makes you complicit in any delusional violence. And this is why the energy works to eradicate it, not only within themselves, but within their heart space, because they themselves have experienced trauma in the nature of situations such as those. Continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck, unconscious of masculine, 3 cards, and we'll be utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot deck for the unconscious of masculine. There it is. 2 cards. We've got a gap happening in the unconscious of masculine. Yeah, this is it. This is the masculine realizing the danger implicit in someone saying, let me know what let me tell you. This is masculine healing from a unhealed masculine energy going, let me tell you what she's really thinking. Let me tell you what they really want. No, I know they're saying that. No, I know they're saying that. But let me tell you, I know them, says the ego. What does the ego say? I know they're saying that, but let me tell you what they're really thinking. That's what the ego whispers through cracked lips. That's what the ego whispers through cracked lips, right? I know what they're really thinking. I know what's really going on. And it's not to say that there aren't circumstances or situations that require attenuation. There aren't circumstances or situations that require the understanding of the full optics of situations. But the wariness that occurs, right? The toxicity that foments in the heart of masculine is the energy that looks at things with absolute assurance that they know what's going on. Because what does the unhealed child say? Believe me, I know everything. What does the unhealed child say? Trust me, I know everything. And when we recognize the quality and nature of the unhealed egoic state, the unhealed inner child, the unhealed inner child that makes the mistake because they believe they know everything, then we see the energetic toxicity of energy that says, I know a guy, I know a guy, I know a guy. That's really the ego. The guy who's a guy who's a guy, that's actually the ego that says, trust me, I know everything. Versus the quality by which we build relationships via V, trusting that we're telling the truth and active listening. Because why would you not have a relationship where you trust each other to tell the truth and employ active listening? It's literally that easy. So long as you're in energetic alignment and so long as you work towards that, then it's as easy as it can be, right? Just employing the two operations, right? Taking each other at one another's word is how we build trust. And it's the hardest thing to do, especially in having healing from trauma environments. It's just not to trust. But that modality and experience by which we build upon that work, that is allowing, and this is why that we have the construct that we do in the masculine, that allows us to build into a future we've never experienced before. That's the sound of hope, right? Hope is not being naive. Hope is putting out something beautiful in hopes that it will come back to you in return. And the only way we do that is if we take that blessed risk over and over and over again. Because every time we take that blessed risk, we allow the opportunity for the world to impress us in ways we never thought or dreamed or hoped possible. Feminine energy, bottom of the unconscious. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Queen of Pentacles in its upright, the High Priestess in its reversal, and the Strength card in its reversal. And this is, I gotta tell you, this is feminine that's just getting a lot better at disappointing others. Because here's the thing about it. Feminine is absolutely exhausted in energy trying to stick it in a niche, right? This is feminine energy that is so tired of being niche energy, which is the modality of being like this, you know, this is this one, this is that one, right? Like the modality of there is a desire to compartmentalize feminine that is absolutely like frustrating to feminine, because often, right, what happens when energy is trying to compartmentalize you? When someone's trying to compartmentalize you, they start critiquing the fact that you don't fit in the niche that they want to stick you in, right? You know, it's really a shame. I made this little box I want to put you in, and you don't really fit in the box. Could you just whittle yourself down a bit to fit in this box that I would like to stick you in, right? Like that is literally the sound of feminine working through the ability of effectively, like feminine will literally be the most unique energy you've ever seen, and someone being like, you know, I have a real hard time trying to figure out where to place you, and being like you know what I mean? Like that is literally, right? That is literally the space by which the feminine understands, right? It's the feminine energy that works through what it sounds like when you're being exceptional, right? You don't really, like, that is literally the sound of feminine being exceptional is often, right, is unfortunately not the space of someone saying you're exceptional, being like, you know, you really don't fit in this niche. You don't really fit in this niche here. You know, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You just, you know, you don't fit any of these boxes, right? And this is the feminine that effectively says, you know what you can do with those boxes, right? The modality by which we feel, like the modality by which anyone feels, right? That and this is what you talk about, right? The energetic understanding that we are not here to be pleasant compartments. We do not exist. None of us exist to be pleasant compartments. We exist in our fullness. We exist in our robustness. And the modality by which another person recognizes and understands that is often the modality by which we feel fully seen. And this is the feminine that understands that the relationship that they often find is not one that says, oh, good, you finally fit. It's the energy that says, I have room for your everything, right? I have not the space by which you say, you finally fit. It's the energy that says, I have room for your everything and more. Continuing, bottom of the deck, moving towards non-binary, unconscious, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. We've got here the 7 of Coins in its upright. I love that 7 of Coins, man. I love this particular 7 of Coins. The Tower card in its upright. We got upside down. Okay. And we've got the Justice card. So we've got alignment with feminine energy here. We've got alignment with masculine. We've got 2 towers in the non-binary space. 1 upright, 1 reversed. And this is a lot of the energy that we're like, I keep on hearing, this is the energy that got tired of comparison long ago. This is the energy that got tired of compartmentalization long ago. This is the energy that understands the difference between what feels like energy. Like this is the energy that recognizes the difference between harm and someone who does not have the ability to grasp nuance. And this is often in the experience of another as it relates to one's own sense of self, right? And I keep on hearing this, like the modality by which another person, and I keep on hearing there's no such thing as a harmless question. And the reason I keep on seeing that is healthy questions are questions that allow us to that allow us to build into the context of what we care about, right? And I keep on seeing there's the difference between, right? And I keep on getting, I feel like this energy is absolutely exhausted with being asked questions that another person would never dream to ask another person who they've compartmentalized. That is the sound of entitlement. The ability to ask someone a question that you would never even dream to ask someone you've already compartmentalized, right? This is often the shape and nature. This is often the shape of nature of when you can tell, like what another person articulates as a question that effectively, a question that they desire, like I keep on hearing the egoic desire to understand versus one's own need to comprehend, right? The ego's desire to understand versus one's own need to comprehend is what we articulate discretion is. Because here's the thing about it. We understand healthy discretion in compartmentalized society, right? The observation by which we don't ask incredibly intimate questions because there is an assumption of discretion that we apply towards things. This is the energy that is absolutely exhausted with the entitled perception of someone that does not have the ability to think outside of a box, to ask a question that not only is it not okay to ask, but one would never even dream of asking energy that one has already compartmentalized, right? The modality of literally seeing, right? The modality of literally seeing another person's entitlement that effectively is articulated in the modality of effectively identifying something that they say is harmless, but something that is harmless is not specifically directed towards a particular person. That anything that is harmless is effectively the observation or the recognition of what it is that we ourselves are working towards. So we see that for a lot of the energy building into that observation or that recognition point of that is what allows the energy to be able to build into relationships by which they feel fully seen, because they can tell, they can attenuate the difference between a relationship by which another is fully invested in understanding them versus situations or circumstances by which another person is seeking to fulfill a curiosity. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we have the Ace of Coins in its reversal for masculine. So this is a lot of the masculine energy, and I keep on seeing it. The hard part about projection is that though, like, and I keep on getting this, like masculine energy working into the context of projection often feels the weight of being I keep on hearing, being misconceived as the energy that's causing harm, right? The modality or the experience by which, and this is why it feels like this is the understanding of the masculine that often feels that they have to carry extra weight on their own journey of building into healthy relationship, because there's the masculine energy that's doing everything possible to heal. And then also in the context of doing everything possible to heal, they're also carrying the weight of energy that makes it harder for them to heal, right? The burden that feels like it's doubled, because not only are they carrying themselves, but they're carrying the burden of the masculine energy that does not see the purpose in learning about themselves in the process. So this is the energy that feels like their work is the work for two, because not only are they doing that work for themselves, but they're trying to do that work to help educate the energy that makes it harder for them to be able to persist forward in that way. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that like articulates upon, like I keep on hearing, the energy that identifies things as harmless and saying harmless to you because you don't care, right? Because you're building into the context of something that isn't valuable, rather than recognizing the beauty that opens up to you when you start to do the work to fully integrate and build into healthy relationship. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck with the Smith-Waite system, we've got the Magician card in its reversal. And so the Magician card in its reversal is, I keep on hearing, this is the feminine energy that's absolutely exhausted of energy that tries to insist on courtesy. It's not courtesy if another person is insisting on it. And often the modality by which another person experiences trauma is the space by which another person says, like, why won't you let me help you? And then gets angrier and angrier, being like, I'm trying to be nice to you. Why won't you let me be nice to you? And someone being like, that, like right there, like that, right? The modality by which it's not nice to insist upon niceness. Nothing is more dangerous to feminine energy than energy that demands, right? That demands that the feminine let them be nice, because the word is let. The word is let. The word is let. And it's the modality by which you say the word let is the modality by which you're saying, I want my desire to override yours. I don't care how you feel. I want to perform my compassion upon you. And we don't perform compassion upon each other. That is performative. When we effectively understand the shape of need is what another person is actually asking for. That is love. Not what we would like to perform upon them that we feel would be the gesture of our love. A non-binary energy, tarot of the divine. Yeah, three of coins. Three of coins in its upright. And here's the thing about the three of coins in its upright. Like, three of coins in its upright is like three of coins in its upright is working through the understanding. It's like it's working through the ability of finding an inability to please everybody. If you are trying to please everybody, it's an impossibility, because you have to understand that when another person, even in the space by which you're trying to do everything and you're trying to do it joyously, if another person is miserable, you're seeing you in a state of joy, right? They will take it personally. Right? And this is why there's nothing more dangerous than if you're miserable and you see someone in a state of joy and you can't articulate why it bothers you, because, right, that is the working through the experience by which we work to amplify our joy. Our joy does not change in the weight of other people's joy. Joy is generous, right? Joy builds upon joy. And that's why we always allow others, like, joy is something to be shared, right? And the modality by which, and I keep on seeing, the courtesy is not insisted upon, but joy is always shared, which is the identification endpoint by which we throw our doors open when it comes to joy. But we also understand that we have to be energetically careful, because the modality by which another person, like, desires to share joy versus demands it, tells us everything we need to know as to whether they're ready to experience or encompass it. Because that observation, or that power of understanding in relationality to the fact that we don't demand access to joy, right? And often in the modality by which we understand that harmony is one that we bring with us, then we don't look to others to be the source of our joy, right? We bring our joy as offering. And those who understand that. And when another person, right, and this is what we talk about, right? When you're trying to build sanctuary, you bring joy as offering, which is why if you often see someone trying to demand access to joy, they're not effectively allowed in, because they're looking to take something instead of being able to give it forth. It's the modality by which we understand the value and power of what we can give to one another that effectively articulate the force of the energetic intention by way and by means of effectively able to do things. So we see that is the work that we do, right, incrementally, right? And this is why there's nothing more beautiful than focusing on one's joy. There's nothing selfish in building a joyful experience, so long as your joy is something that you would immediately reciprocate to another person, because joy is shared, and your joy helps amplify another person's joy, so long as your joy doesn't come at the cost of another, right? And when we understand that, then we work to heal. And that's why it's so important that we let go of passive-aggressive tendencies, because those passive-aggressive tendencies are effectively what create the landscape of an unhealthy culture or experience. So this is a lot of the energy that works towards the point of joyful honesty, but understanding why it's so important. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you'd like to do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. Also, a couple of updates. I also want to let you guys know, and I would like to invite you to join us on our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've been studying before we get started on the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentor chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also receive a complimentary you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also have updates to my Mystic Meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly, telling you what we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the gift, in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You've got our highest gifter today. You will be having an additional card in you'll be having a free reading. And thank you as well, Pisces. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your spread. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'll also have a full photo of today's spread. It'll be available on the stack once the podcast is released. That should be up now if you'd like to go there and receive it. Absolutely. Good to see you today, Minnie. How you doing today, Ella? Good to see you. Thank you as well. We're guilty of trying to force things too much. Well, like here's the thing. Like the thing about it, when you've got Aries and Gemini, like placements, it can often it can be hard not to force things. Luckily, I have Gemini moon to try and balance it out. Yeah. Well, that's not really going to balance it out if you're trying. It's more like, let's try it this way. Let's try it this way. I felt that today. Absolutely. Oh, you did, Kay? Oh, sending you support on that journey. But again, that's what I'm talking about with this Aries energy right now. And Stella, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. Grand Rising Celestial. And thank you for those heart puffs. Absolutely. Not my carrots, your cake. Yes, there is. It's very good. I've actually spoken to the creator of it. They did a lot of good work in terms of navigating the understanding of the cards. Highly recommend it. Really good card stock too. Any good news on the cards today, Raisa? If you'd like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for today, so it's a lovely time to get on the list if you'd been hoping to get a reading. Also, we're at 30K likes, friend. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Ansel, thank you for the follow. Fairy, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. And thank you for those roses, Gabrielle. I appreciate you. Excellent. Thank you as well. Thank you, Pisces, for this. And thank you as well, Gabrielle, for the galaxy. Excellent. What you're saying. Hi there, Bridget. I mean, actually, I don't see Gabrielle here. I think Gabrielle might have won the highest gifter because Gabrielle gave a galaxy. Right? Can someone confirm the value of a galaxy? I just want to confirm. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. I appreciate you. Thank you for the heart maze, Adam. Excellent. Yeah, it gives them permission to do what they want. Yeah, sending you I mean, here's the thing about it. It's a relationship reading for the energies. So it's going to be happening either personally or globally, cosmic, I like that. Building a huge change, tap to claim. The collective divine energy read is so spot on. Thank you for receiving this message, Cosmic. I know, here's the thing. I don't mind a high priestess in its reversal. Like the way I teach and read upon it, a high priestess in its reversal is just as powerful as a high priestess in its upright. High priestess in its reversal's just got something to say about it, and especially with the Queen of Pentacles there, right? That's good because that right there is that's like feminine protecting feminine energy, That's like feminine saying you can't say what and who feminine is, right? That's like feminine saying that only feminine gets to dictate what feminine is about. Yes, thank you for confirming. I appreciate that, Bridget. Excellent. Okay, so we might have a tie then, but Gabrielle has stepped away. Okay, we've had this before. So if Gabrielle comes back, what I might do between you and Gabrielle avatars, because we had a tie, I might do a random drawing to see which one of you gets it. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow, Melissa. I mean, I'm gonna be clear about this. I am not someone that believes that the solution is to have all masculine, feminine, or all feminine energy in charge. We have to, and I feel like the space by which we work towards balance is being able to assess the energetic responsibility of the energy that's holding a seat of energetic power to determine what their intentions are, right? And I keep on hearing we need to move away from a consolidation mindset. There is no possibility of discovery if we're still in consolidation energy. I guarantee you right now, if there is other energy wanting to communicate with us, they're not going to do it while we're still dragon hoarding our own planet. That's all there is to it. If there is no conscientious space by which we're ever going to be in any kind of context of communication until we get out of this mindset. Absolutely. And Icarus Realm, thank you for the follow. I know nuance is a good word, right? Jonathan, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. I asked that all my life. Thank you, Cosmic. I suppose it's not my decision to make. It's more impactful when you come to your own. I mean, like, here's the thing. We all have to reach those points. I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings, BB, but sending you support on that journey. Got you. Resonates so much. Thank you, Cosmic, for receiving these messages. Hi there, Nene. I saw that avatar. So a reminder, we're having some issues right now on the clock app. But fortunately, if you guys are having any issues on the clock app with the feed, I would encourage you, you can follow me over on the place where we keep the photos and on the place where we keep the videos. I'm also doing a special opportunity now with anyone who follows me over on the place where we keep the photos. If you just comment the word followed over on the place where you keep the photos, I will be giving you a affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul, which I have here today. Excellent. And again, I apologize for the fact that that has occurred. I'm sure it's being worked to be resolved. Sin, I want to know literally all of this divine energy relates so heavy. Oh, I mean, Pisces, if you want to get on the list to do a deeper reading in terms of how it relates to you personally, I'm happy to do an Akashic for you or a mind, body, spirit. I feel very resentful and I think I can't do that. Here's the thing about it, right? I want to point out the fact that you're observing, the fact that you feel resentful is okay. Because here's the thing, understanding your progress in relation to how you're resenting upon things, resent becomes resolve when we understand what we feel resentment towards, right? Resentment becomes resolution when we understand what we feel resentment towards, because then we can act to do something better, right? We can either move away from something that doesn't feel like it's energetically serving us. We can build our life in the context of being oppositional to that we experience resentment upon. So I want you to just kind of think about that right now, because I got to tell you, it's not the fact that the energy that we're experiencing right now might create some feelings of volatility, but it's the observation of the health, right? The volatility that has meaning, that helps us define and determine what it is that we're trying to do in a stronger fashion. You're so welcome, Nene. You're so welcome, Cosmic. You're so welcome, Stella. Absolutely. And guys, please thank our mod K Megan for all of their help today. Life can and will get better. Absolutely. I mean, again, as long as we're working towards that goal in a unified fashion. Oh, I do my best, Pisces. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Absolutely. Oh, I love the dinosaur on the bike. Absolutely. Okay, thank you for confirming, Bridget. How you doing today, Kat? And Chatty Wa, thank you for the follow. I just found it while tidying up the room. You have that book? Oh, that's wonderful. I got this in Thailand. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Always appreciated. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. So as I mentioned, friends, if you would like to get an affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul, head over to the place where you keep the photos. The place where you keep the photos, it starts with an I. Just comment in the comments there that you followed me, and I'll be happy to draw an affirmation statement for you. In the meantime, we are going to get started with personal readings. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book on my site. Also, friends, we're going to do a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And Tiff, thank you for reaching level 10, and thank you for recharging your heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. I got you, Minnie. Thank you for the follow. Minnie, for you today. Of a certainty, the person who can see all creatures within themselves and themselves in all creatures, knows no sorrow. And that's from Isha Upanishad. Thank you so much, dear, for that follow. Absolutely. So for anybody who wants to be followed there, you have to comment over on the place where we keep the photos that you followed me. Please, that's how we do it. That's how I have to keep tabs of it. And the first person that we're reading for today, and thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Excellent. The first person we're reading for today, and if you want to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. Next person we're reading for today is going to be Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Dr. Emery. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Thank you for joining us on the place where we keep the videos and receiving these messages. All right, let's continue right now. Stella, thank you for letting me know you sent an email. Just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life experience that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. You're so welcome, Minnie. How you doing today, Raw? Excellent. All right, let's just take a moment here. So this information that came through, I just need a moment to read over it. Some of it may be sensitive, so please hold. While I read over it, how about everybody in the comments, go ahead and let me know your top 3. Excellent. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, just to give a summary on what we're reading for today, the individual who we're reading for effectively had a reading yesterday where we had a precognition moment that was discovered that give indications of the fact that they have some a particular form of empathic abilities. And so this is effectively a reading to understand how those qualities can effectively help them or serve them in the work that they're currently moving towards. So that said, before we get started, excellent. Hi there. It says I have to accept you before you can comment. I don't think I have to. No, that shouldn't be the case. Over on the place where we keep the photos, you shouldn't have to be, I shouldn't have to follow you back in order for you to comment in the live. If the live is running there, so if you comment followed on the live running there, I should be able to just go ahead and be able to give you the affirmation. I hope that helps. Wow, double Pisces is a lot. Absolutely. How you doing today, Simply? Excellent. All right. What's the tag? What do you mean? So basically what we're offering, Minnie did it correctly. So if you go over to the place where we keep the photos and go to the live that's happening there and comment followed and follow me over on the place where we keep the photos, I will give you an affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul. So, but I need you to comment in the chat that you have followed me, not on the clock app, but over on the place where we keep the photos. Thank you, Pisces. I've got you, dear. So your affirmation is, be realistic, plan for a miracle. And that's from Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. Appreciate you. Bridget, I got you, dear. It is good to have an end to journey towards. but it is the journey that matters in the end. Ursula Le Guin, The Left Hand of Darkness. Excellent. Thank you, dear. All right. Got you. And thank you, Simply Blessed, for recharging those heart knees. How you doing today, dear? Excellent. Following NRH. Every moment of your life is infinitely creative and the universe is endlessly bountiful. Just put forth a clear enough request and everything your heart desires must come to you. Shakti Gawain, Creative Visualization. Thank you, dear. Carrie. Have no fear of moving into the unknown. Simply step out fearlessly, knowing that I am with you. Therefore, no harm can befall you. All is very, very well. Do this in complete faith and confidence. Eileen Caddy, Footprints on the Path. And thank you so much, dear. How you doing today, Ra? Gemini, Cap, Sag. Ooh, that's some punchy energy right there. I wouldn't stand in your way about things. Cancer, Pisces, Leo, rising. I like that too. That's a lot of water energy. It's a noble fish right there. I love Aries, Gemini, Moon, Scorpio, rising. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you can't help being forceful. You know, like that's the thing, Kay. I'm Pisces, Sun, Pisces, Moon, double Pisces, man. That's intense. That Gemini, though, you're probably like, you're very good at doing many things at once. Excellent. Welcome, Sagittarius. Hi there, Lisa. Yeah, it is very fitting. Oh, yeah, you have to be conscientious. I know there's a bunch of fake pages that pretend to be me. It's exact same name as here. Pisces, be realistic was very fitting for my affirmation. As a 5 Pisces, it's hard to be realistic. No, but I like to point out it said be realistic, plan for a miracle, right? Oh, that hit hard. I wish I wrote that down. I can try to find it again, dear. Absolutely. Cancer, Leo, cusp. Yes, Gemini, Moon, Cap, rising. Oh, I like that. That's some contemplative energy. Tiff, I got you. Only in relationship can you know yourself, not in abstraction and certainly not in isolation. The movement of behavior is a sure guide to yourself. It's the mirror of your consciousness. This mirror will reveal its content, the images, the attachments, the fears, the loneliness, the joy and sorrow. Poverty lies in running away from this, either in its sublimations or its identities. Jai Krishnamurti. Excellent. All right, guys, we're going to get started on Stella's reading. But before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Also, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list if you're hoping for a reading today. You will be the 3rd person read for. The list is usually not as short. Yesterday we started the live with 5 people on the list. I would never pull a blank card on you guys. That would not be fair. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. B. We've been getting the B a lot. Lisa, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Avatar or Gabrielle, if Gabrielle comes back. Gabrielle's back. Excellent. Oh, wait, okay. Perfect. All right. Thank you. Okay, so Gabrielle seems to have been the winner, the highest gifter winner. So Avatar, I apologize that I articulated that it was you. That was my error. However, I will honor the fact that I said that Pisces will also get an additional card. Avatar, you will also be getting an additional card in your reading today. Thank you so much, dear. And that was again, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Excellent. All right, that said, can I please get, hi, dear. All right. And I'm just, Stella, if you're here, can you just comment again? Excellent. Well, we were doing the highest gifter when you sent the galaxy. So you got the highest gifter today. So thank you so much for that, dear. Excellent. Perfect. Oh, I appreciate you too, Pisces. All right, let's get to it. So we are drawing for, and Victoria, thank you for getting on the list today. You will be read for after, you'll be read for after Lisa. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. All right, Stella, I got you, dear guys. Make sure to give Stella some love. This is in relationality to the gifts. And you've got a guide that like, yeah, hold on a minute. This is going to be a very interesting message because I got to tell you, one of the angelics that is around you, I know it's going to sound a little bit weird, but like math is their thing. Like, yeah. Yep. I got it. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Sorry. Oh my gosh. So I know that you asked about your gifts, but the thing about it is there's an angelic message that's coming through very strongly in relationality to something that you don't consider a strong suit. It has to do specifically with something that you don't consider a strong suit, which is the fact is I keep on hearing the guide say, no two maths are alike, is what I keep on hearing. No two maths are alike. I keep on hearing, you are not good at holding ephemeral numbers, is what I keep on hearing. And they're showing me ephemeral numbers like butterflies, because I wouldn't be surprised if you have a hard time holding ephemeral numbers, because the problem with ephemeral numbers, a lot of the issue about how they work to teach math, or the way that they used to teach math, is dealing with, and this is me just channeling it right now, it has to do with ephemeral numbers. And the thing is, ephemeral numbers have no weight. They have no value. They don't mean anything. 47 plus 23. 47 of what? Plus 23. Divide the 23 into the 47. You are not good with conceptual ephemeral numbers. You are very good at practical numbers. You are very good at practical numbers. And the modality by which another person, right? The modality by which another person keeps on telling you that you're not good at something is the fact that you could not give a flying fig about numbers that aren't connected to things, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because what are numbers that your tangibility point are numbers that are tangible, right? And the way I can usually tell you this is, I don't know why they keep on saying, who's always the one that splits the bill when you go out to eat? I don't know why they're literally showing me a situation. You're very good at holding numbers, right? I keep on saying you're very good at holding numbers when they've got reality attached to them, is what I keep on getting. Grounded numbers. And the observation upon this. And the thing is, the untangible numbers untangible numbers require one to be able to memorize a bunch of really unnecessary complex equations, right? It's not, the problem is, a lot of the way that they used to teach it was not based upon understanding. It was based on rote memorization, right? So yeah, you're right. You are absolutely, like, you're right. You are absolutely terrible at memorizing something that feels like it doesn't have any application. You're not a good cog in the wheel like that, which is a modality by which another person says, memorize this. And I see the fact that you energetically push back and say, but what is it for? And if they go, it's not for you to know what it's for you to memorize it. Like, I see you literally like failing at that. because it's an ephemeral number. It's an ephemeral number system where, again, the person teaching you wasn't trying to teach you what it meant. They were trying to teach you to memorize things. This, you're about to find out. You're about to find out how good you are at numbers that matter, is what I keep on seeing. And you're going to discover, I keep on hearing something about the practice that you're moving into is going to help you, it's going to help heal your relationship to numbers, because they're going to show you the beauty of them. You're going to be able to see, I keep on hearing you're going to be flying through the numbers. And I keep on hearing the reason you're going to be flying through the numbers is because you're going to have a landscape attached to every number that you learn. You're going to start looking at something, you're going to be like, that's a 47, that's a 32. No, this is a 12, right? This is not the same math that you're learning, because you're learning, I'm getting they're saying a crypto visual mathematical system. And a crypto visual mathematical system, the way I can understand that is somebody saying you're going to start to be able to see the world through the numbers of what you're energetically applying to. So you need to erase, and that's one of the reasons I feel like this angelic guide is working towards you so much, because I keep on hearing you got to let go of, I keep on hearing they're saying you have to let go of all of those misconceptions that someone tried to feed into you because you weren't good at memorizing silly things that you didn't need, is what I keep on hearing. Their words, not mine. their words, not mine. And it's not silly. It's only silly, right? It's not the fact that they were silly, but they're silly to you if they're unnecessary, is what I keep on getting. So I want you to, and I keep on hearing the energy that was teaching, like the energy that was teaching you that, they were a very good memorizer. You've never met, I keep on hearing, you haven't met a good mathematician. You've met a lot of good memorizers. Mathematicians are not memorizers. Mathematicians understand the beauty of numbers. They understand the significance of them. So I keep on hearing, prepare to have your world rocked as you continue through this, because you're going to discover that your intuition moves beautifully into the numbers you're learning, because it's actually, I keep on hearing, you're actually going to be building into, I keep on hearing you're actually going to get a very fast lesson in sacred geometry, is what I keep on hearing. You haven't learned, this is much more attenuated to sacred geometry. And sacred geometry is being able to see the beauty of the numeric system in application to how it is perceived in the world around us. So I want you to understand that. And the way you'll know this is when you discover this occurring. In relationality to intuition, yeah, those who are intuitive have a tendency, I keep on hearing, those who are intuitive have a tendency of being bad at practical formulaic math and are beautiful at geometry, or they're beautiful at physics, because the sacred geometry of the world is discovering that the intuition often leads us to sacred geometry, the modality by which it just feels right, and being like, of course it felt right. It felt right because you're attenuating into the sacred geometry of things. You often see this with those who have the eye, right? Often those who have the eye have a tendency of accidentally putting things in a Fibonacci sequence, even when they're not trying to. It's not like they're pulling out weights and measures to being like, here's the Fibonacci sequence. It just feels right. It has to be there. It's just the way it should be. You know it integrally. That is intuition. And you have to understand that the modality by which we perceive things is, when we recognize the similarity, then we understand the tangibility of it. And so in a way, the funny thing about it is intuition almost reinforces numeric systems when the intuition is correct. Because often you'll notice that those who are highly intuitive, particularly in the realm of aesthetics, have an ability to see sacred geometry in things even when they're not meaning to. It's like, there's that artist always accidentally stumbling into, they accidentally stumbled into sacred geometry again. Oh, there they went again. Oh, yep. Like, oh, did you measure that? Nope. Go ask the artist. How did you get that straight? I just eyeballed it. How did you figure that? Oh no. Just the sacred geometry did it. I don't know. So in a way, I feel like this is gonna be a very healing journey for you. because I think that it's going to show you that you're actually quite good at math. You're just not good in the context of someone trying to shove math into you, right? You're not good at energy trying to shove math into you, which is says, take this math, and being like, what is it for? It doesn't matter. Take the math. But it doesn't. I don't need it. Yes, you do. For what? I don't know either, but you have to take the math. You're really bad at that. You're going to be exquisite because this isn't that type of math. It's sacred geometry. And that is effectively, I feel like the guide I see working with you, that's kind of their department. And also they're articulating the fact that they wouldn't be working with you in the first place if you didn't have, you wouldn't be doing any of this if you weren't well inclined to it. Hidden gift energy, right? Give yourself the opportunity to relearn something. Thank you so much. And don't listen to this energy. Look at this energy. Don't listen to that energy. Look at that energy. Yeah. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 36.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, anybody who hops over on the place where we keep the photos and gives me a follow and comments in the feed over on the place where we keep the photos follow, I will be reading for you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you already follow me and you would like an affirmation, if you share it with somebody else there, I will also give you an affirmation. If you and one per person, please. Okay. Hi there, one moment, please. So cosmic, typically the baby dragon, but I'm not sure if the gifts are working right now, unfortunately. Trying to resolve the issue. But if you want to get on the list here, 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers, 4 cards for $23 for subscribers. If our rising is a ½ degree in, is it considered a cusp? I'm afraid I can't answer that. Again, I always articulate I am not an astrologer. I don't pull charts. I read into the astrology based on what I'm reading with the cards. So, but there might be somebody here in the comments that might know the answer to that question. I could also post it. Honestly, if you post it over on the Disco, right? We've got some great astrologers there. Like I know Rainbow would probably be able to answer that question in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I got you, Lisa. You're on the list here. I know I love the bee too. I've been seeing that this has been very bee energy. You know, Gabrielle, you're the next person we're reading for today. Absolutely. Excellent. Appreciate you as well, Pisces. In pounds. Oh my gosh, I can't help you with that. So, does anyone know? Hold on a minute. Does anyone know? It usually converts. It usually converts for you if you send it through other things. What's 29 in pounds? Hold on. Speaking of math, it looks like 29 is 21.66 pounds, I believe. Yeah. How you doing today, Amatria? Thank you as well, Julia. Yeah, I'm not good with worn out words or sayings. Yeah, a flying fig. Exactly, is the visual I got. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, actually a teacher told me math. Well, that I keep on hearing. Like math or memorizing. Were they saying math wasn't your thing or memorizing? Yeah, I can relate to the numbers. I'm doing well, Julia. How are you doing today? As a medical coder, this resonates. That's fascinating, Bridget. And thank you as well for the heart piece, Julia. Yeah, maybe that's an aspect as well. I think we might have the gifts back.
I like to have I have a hard time learning things that do not connect to a bigger picture. Yeah, and that's the hard part about it, right? Like like this is, I need to point out, this was also a lot of the stuff we saw with Pluto and Capricorn, right? This was Pluto and Capricorn, which is saying, I don't need to explain it for you to learn it, right? That's Pluto and Capricorn. It's compartmentalization, being like, don't ask so many questions, just learn what I'm teaching you to learn, you know? Yeah. Like, why am I learning this? Why am I, like, where did it come from? Yeah, the sacred geometry. Mm-hmm. Getting a PhD is because you're good at what you remember. Well, not, I'm going to say maybe not necessarily every PhD. Some PhDs are like that, right? You know, I feel like it depends on the degree, you know, but I get it. I get it. And in certain ones. Yeah, I'm opinionated, but I feel passionate. I get it. Einstein vibes, beautifully said. And Tiff, thank you for those gifts, dear. I guess we are able to do gifts again. Same with not having to use measuring cups. Same. Yeah, that's currently school. Literally, I saw the card. I wonder if it's the same angelic. I'm not, I can share that angelic. I think I've already shared that angelic to Stella before, but like that energetic is, I can't share who the angelic is because it's their angelic, but if Stella wants to share it, once I share it with her, then that's fine. Like, yep, you're not being a pain. Why are you saying you're being a pain? Okay, Rosita, thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. Yeah, that was me almost giving up on academics for fear of math, and I stayed with it and have a master's. There you go. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. It's 21 and 66. Cosmic. Not in math, but I did the school thing. Absolutely. Thank you for that. So interesting, Laurel, that the numbers are numbering lately, even though you have dyscalculia. I've never heard that word before. Dyscalculia. That's, I mean, I've never heard it before, but I have to say it's a beautiful word. That particular guide is highly energetic one. You know, I think Julia knows who I'm talking about. Yeah, the gifts are working. Oh, good. Oh, and thank you for sending, yeah, thank you for sending the lucky lenses, Bridget. Okay, so the gifts are back. I don't believe in cusps. Really? Yeah, you see, I do, but it's okay. Teach their own. I'll stop believing in them when I stop seeing them. You know, like that's kind of how I feel about it. You're welcome, Cosmic. Yeah, the degrees are 0 to 30 for a reason. You're not being a pain at all, Cosmic. But others who do will definitely explain that. Cusp is near to a date in another sign, rising differently decided. Yeah, I never heard about cusps and risings. I'd only heard about cusps in like our sun signs. That explains why geometry and chemistry, straight A's, but F in calculus. So yeah, like different types of math, exactly. All right. Hold on. Oop, I lost my spot. Yo, so basically, I mean, Nicole, what you're basically saying is you're an alchemist. Is what you're saying. Nicole's like, geometry, yeah, you're like geometry and chemistry A's, calculus F. Like, yeah, she's like, I'm an alchemist. She's like, yep, absolutely. And Kim, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Dyscalculia is like dyslexia, but the math instead of reading. That's fascinating. I did not know that. New word today. I'm a cusp and I totally believe in them. I'm a cusp too. I'm so cuspy. Yeah. All right. I just think of premolars and think of cusps and bicuspids. I get it. No, I get you. I guess one could say that. I can channel both my Aries and Taurus. Same thing. Hi there, Larissa. Welcome. Majored in biology and chemistry. Oh my God, you totally are. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I love the fact that I'm like, oh, you're an alchemist. And you're like, I majored in biology and chemistry. Yes, I'm literally an alchemist. Nailed it. I learned something new. That's amazing. The numbers are talking to me constantly lately. That particular guide specialized. Yeah. Julia knows who the guide is. I love the fact that Julia knows who the guide is. Yep. It was even funnier because they pulled up as did you see the cards they pulled up in? Did you see the card they pulled up in? All right, let's get to it. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Gabrielle. Gabrielle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like that on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth person read for. 4 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, if she's comfortable with it, I think she gave consent. If the next person on the list for today is Gabrielle. Gabrielle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. What's going on, Gabrielle? I guess we're using those cards. Okay, forget these. My bad. Hold on a minute. Oh, good Lord. Oh my gosh. Give me a sec. Oh, let me climb down here for your cards. Okay, that one too. Good Lord. Hold on. There's so many. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on a minute. One sec. We're fine. All right, let's continue. All right. Gabrielle, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And in the meantime, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks is, oh my gosh, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we get started right now, let's warm up these intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ram. All right, let's get to it. All right, Gabrielle. Good. I feel like there's just somebody around you who's like gets really, really, really up in their headspace about things, you know? But like, I feel like I see somebody who is like literally recovering. Like, I gotta just, like, when I see cards like this, it's saying to me somebody who is like recovering from like a lifelong relationship is what I keep on seeing. And the problem, like the problem about, here's the thing about having a relationship with somebody who has seen us through our maturation cycles. I was literally doing a reading about this the other night, which is it's like high risk, high reward, right? Because on one hand, you know, the positive of potentially having a relationship with someone who's known you your whole life is the modality of knowing potentially someone has your back. But it can also, it's like, it's giving me the type of energy of someone who's healing from some kind of like best friend or worse enemy. It's funny that I said energy instead of enemy, because the ability to not see another person's healing as a phase is exactly what often creates the space by which another person has to walk away from their past, right? Because often what happens, right, is we are supposed to change, right? The gift of a beautiful relationship is it makes room not only for us, but for the person that we aspire to become, right? And the hard part with long-standing relationships is another person who gets very invested in our doneness, is what I like to describe. And doneness is the doom. The doneness is the doom of healthy partnership, right? Because doneness is the doom of healthy partnership. It's the assumption that another person believes that another person, they know themselves, they know that person better than they know themselves. And that's simply not the truth. Nobody knows anybody to that capacity, right? Everything is a continuation of being able to go through the energetic journey of becoming. And I see you understanding that. I see you being the type of person that you're like, I'll figure it out as I go along, right? You are the type of person that understands that half the job of doing something is being like, can you do that? Yes. And by yes, I meant I can figure it out very quickly. I can figure it out very quickly. Watch how fast I can run. I'm like, and scope, right? It's like I see you being like, yes, I know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got it. It's good. Nope, I'm good. No, we're good. We are going to be great, right? And I see somebody else. There is somebody around you, and this is the problem about it, right? We're never prepared for anything. You can research something. You can research something until until there is a Zeno's paradox on the ability to dive into something, right? And the work by which one effectively gets to it is often the space by which one is accepting the fact that something that you're getting to is somewhat unfinished, right? That in order to start something, you have to resolve that it's going to feel a little unfinished. It's not going to feel perfect. And I see somebody who's perfect's getting in the way, right? That sense of perfection, that sense of perfection will ruin everything for someone that doesn't recognize the tendency of it. Because nothing is ever perfect. It's not about perfect is not a quality. It's not a location. It's a cardinal direction. And I feel like you need to have that conversation with someone. Perfect is not a location. It's a cardinal direction. You will get to what the previous self thought was perfect, and it still will not be perfect because now you've learned more and you can see ways that it can perfect. Right? And I think that in relationality, and I feel like that's important because I see a stagnation point here. I see a stagnation point where another person's trying to articulate the fact that they're not coming towards you because they're not perfect yet. They always feel like that. Right? That we do not wait. We're not like, okay, oh, I'm finished. Okay, I'm ready. Nope, I'm finally ready. Okay, yeah, no. Nope. Yeah, guys, thank you. It took a little work, but that's it. I'm complete. I am complete. Nobody has ever felt complete in their entire life. And the modality by which another person tries to articulate, and I'll tell you right now, there is a difference, and this is basically what your guides are saying. Okay, there is a difference. The difference that you need to apply to a situation. Okay, and you gotta use discernment. There is a difference between someone that says, I'm not ready until certain conditions are met. Okay, which is somebody that is reaching for something, someone who has a plan, someone who says, when this happens, and this is the day it's going to happen, or this is the approximate window by which it will happen, I will then be amenable to moving towards something. That is okay, right? Because there are certain situations by which another person says, I know that things will change, and when things change, I will be more accessible to something, right? The directive power of someone saying, the time is now, and now is a time. Like, this is the now. You can find the now in the future, which is like the coordinates by which another person says, when this happens, then this is what's going to happen, right? The stability we can create for each other in that. Versus someone saying, I'm sorry, I'm not perfect yet. No, I'm still working on that perfect. No, today is another day. I will work on the perfect. We do that. All of us do that every day. All like that. We are all in the business on working on our perfect. Working on our perfect does not require us to wait. You have to write that down. Working on our purpose does not require us to wait, but watch how someone hesitant will say, I need you to wait for me to become perfect. You do not need to wait through someone's hesitancy. And don't let them get mad at you and say, I can't believe you wouldn't wait for me. We don't make each other wait for one another because it hurts to wait. So when another person says, I can't believe you didn't wait for me, I want you to make sure you recalibrate that and say, I'm not waiting. You are clearly hesitant. Don't let them define their hesitancy as you're waiting. Don't let them get mad at you that you're not waiting more through their hesitancy. Call it what it is. Call it by its name. It's hesitancy. And hesitancy is deeply unsexy. It's funny that I use the word unsexy because it's like, I don't know why that there's a connection point to that, but it doesn't inspire us. It often it diminishes the fire in us because, and that's what I keep on seeing about it, right? The space by which another person is hesitant makes one feel like they're not moving towards you with a sense of ardor, right? And ardor does not need to be desperate. Ardor does not need to be desperate, but it's passionate enough to effectively say, like, we'll take, like, I like to point out, ardor is not desperate. Ardor says we'll take care of that later. Is what I keep on hearing. Ardor is not desperate. Ardor says we'll take care of the inconveniences later, right? It's the modality by which we articulate it. And so I feel like there's something about that you have to be very clear upon. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially if this has been like some kind of long-standing connection between you and another person, and I keep on getting this, like, I don't want to hear none of this. I was just reading, this is very similar to reading I did the other day. Someone being like, I care about you so much. I just don't want to damage. I don't want to damage what we have together. It's not damaging it to make it better. It's not damaging it to say it could be even better, right? And I want to stress this. I need to point this out. If this is a situation by which this person holds you dearly as a friend, but you want something more, it's okay for you to move away from them because this could be blocking you from having a relationship connection. Like, we need to talk about that. Because the problem is that what you never want, the worst thing on earth, is a relationship that's a friendship, which is really somebody holding their breath. That's not fair to you. Make sure that you're not building into a relationship that is on one side a friendship and on the other side a person holding their breath, which is a modality by which another person says, you mean everything to me. I like it just the way it is. And another person saying, this is torture. Being around you like this is painful. It actually hurts because it's not what I desire to manifest with you. And it is okay to break a connection like that. That is not you being a bad friend. That is that person understanding that they don't want to have a friendship with you if being in friendship is causing you perpetual pain. and the maturity point and understanding. This is totally okay to break a close friendship if one person has disappointed feelings in relationality to the desire for it to manifest into something more, because then if that's the case, then the relationship lacks integrity, right? And our friendships are integral, not only in the space by which we articulate what we mean to one another, but in the space by which we articulate our happiness, occupying that energetic position. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep wondering, that's not an ultimatum, okay? That is you being the mature one. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. It's also a great time to get on the list right now. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. List is nice and short. And we're at 46.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, we are doing if anybody who wants to have an affirmation read from the guidebook for the advanced soul today, if you get over to the place where we keep the photos and give me a follow and comment follow in the live stream, I will read you an affirmation. And if you are already following me, if you share the live with 3 friends, I will also read you an affirmation. But you have to comment followed, or you have to comment shared. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment. Got you. Oh, I know. It is hard to find. I mean, you could probably use a drawing. Yeah, I was going to say, Julia said it too. That's how I am in my head, I think. More Aries energy, boldness. Oh, I posted in the disco. Wow. Yes, totally agree with that. Thank you as well, Ed. Yeah, I did a lot of sketching for a dream journal, and nowadays that's a good idea. Yeah, that's definitely me. I'll figure it out exactly what I would say. And they make me feel like I just need to be perfect. No, there is no sense of perfection that you can bring to someone with a perfection wound. It's understanding perfection. Perfection is not found. It's something we make together. And Synchronia, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they think that one day they're going to randomly feel perfect. That's the thing about, like, they're going to feel like that for the rest of they're always going to feel like that. I have this expectation on myself and notice that I was projecting at my partner. But here's the thing, recognition is the first step in healing, Larissa. So if you're already recognizing that, that's beautiful. Congratulations. Thankful and grateful for my beautiful divine counterpart in your attack to claim. And Simply, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the sad song. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ed and Gabrielle. Yeah, almost 3 years. And still hesitant, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I can. Thank you for reposting. And Andrell, thank you for the heart knees. Hi, Victoria. Thank you for letting me know you sent the info. Got it. You're so welcome, Gabrielle. And thank you for those gifts and wishing you so much support on your journey. How you doing today, Andrell? Got it. And thank you for those gifts, too. Oh, you stopped for the ethics. You're so welcome, Alana. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hope you're well. It's like someone wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, and thank you for the follow, Alana. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific energy, a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, if you're in a rush, we'll pass on the intuition check for the moment. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. All right, I got you, dear. We're doing a spirit guide team read for Lisa. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. 4 cards. One more. Wow. Yeah, I see it. You've got double 8 of swords here. I mean, I feel like this is in relation to another person. You know? A few things to kind of point out here. I mean, the thing I'm identifying is somebody who feels like they're making a hard decision, but they also feel like the decision is hard, but it's the right decision for them, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting the way we show our love is by being able to energetically respect someone's wishes. I keep on getting the ability to respect someone's wishes, even if they're not the same wishes that we ourselves would make, is what I keep on seeing. And I know how energetically difficult that is. Because, like, I keep on hearing somebody who feels, and I like to point this out, like I'm seeing someone who feels very firmly about quality, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like I feel somebody who's like, I feel like I see somebody who's put a lot of thought into the quality of the way that they aspire to be. And again, like the thing about a qualitative choice is when another person makes a qualitative choice, it's not, I keep wondering, it's not about what's possible. I keep on hearing it's about what they want to concentrate their time on, is what I keep on hearing. And so I feel like that is what I see. Like, and I keep on getting like that is the conversation that's actually revolving around something. And I feel like if there is a dispute between you and another person, I literally see, I'm getting the message of saying, take into consideration that that person is not necessarily looking at something in the space of the desire to exhaust choices, is what I keep on hearing. They're not in the space by which they desire to exhaust choices, but the context by which they don't want to persist upon something, having to go through every alternative, because I keep on seeing that it feels like they're trying to energetically utilize something for to be as qualitative as possible. So that's what I keep on seeing. It's not a question. They're not making a decision based on options. They're making a decision based upon what they themselves aspire to concentrate on, is what I keep on getting. In relationality to it, I can see, like, I can see a lot of anger and frustration here, but I keep on getting that there's something, and it's interesting too, because there's more than one energy around you specifically. And I feel like one of the things I'm seeing with like the energy that's around you is the observation of, I feel like at the same time, I see you having to kind of like engage in some kind of uphill battle on something, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about, like, the thing I want to point out with like an uphill battle is that, like, I feel like you understand another person's point of view really well. But like the the hard part about it is I see you never giving up on things. You know? Like I got, like, where there's a will, there's a way. Literally arguing with a demand to stay the same, right? Like where there's a will, there's a way, like having an activation point versus the space by which another demands to stay is the modality by which, and I can almost see like you and another person like kind of getting in this like energetic argument in terms of, I keep on hearing, their own ability of doing something versus how, I keep on hearing, versus how it energetically impacts you as well. So I think that the important thing that you need to do right now, if you're experiencing something of that nature, is tell another person the reality, right? Tell another person they can the reality that they can expect on the other side of a decision, is what I keep on getting, right? That's the gift that we bring to each other, which is the observation of saying, this is the reality that you can expect on the other side of a decision. Because I almost feel like it almost is giving me the impression of someone's choice having an impact on you, right? And the impact, like, feeling frustrating, but the ability of you effectively, I keep on hearing the ability of you being able to articulate to another, like the reality, like the only gift that you can do there is giving someone the reality of what they can expect on the other side of a decision. And again, I need to stress this too. If this is young energy, right? If this is young energy that we're talking about, then I think that there's something important to pay attention to as it relates to the gift of another person trying to give us a reality check. And I want to point this out. When I talk about, like, reality checks are not dream crushers, okay? And the reason I define that a reality check is not a dream crusher is because we have to build a point of balance in terms of our dreams, but also the ability and capacity of making our dreams energetically realistic. Because if we're not working to have our dreams be realistic, then another can lead us away from our dream by our dream, if that makes sense, right? The modality by which another person can feed us a fantasy when we're in too much of a dream space is often the space by which we effectively work towards something, not in the reality of the ability of it actually getting done, but in the fabricated reality by which another person says it's happening when it's not. So I feel like there's something energetically important there, particularly as it relates to helping another person understand, especially young energy, what the shape of negligence takes, right? Because the fallacy that often injures young energy is the space by which they see somebody and they say, oh, look at that person, they can do anything, right? Like there's that young person looking at someone going, they can do anything, and there's all the mature energy around them going, there's somebody who is not loved, right? There is somebody who has never been in more danger, that others are energetically holding aloft because they can do anything, but all of the energy around someone is looking upon something with a state of concern. because it shouldn't have to be the space by which another person can do anything. It should be the space by which energy is moving towards their joy and moving towards their joy in a protected environment. So I feel like that is the conversation that you effectively need to have with someone, which is saying, right, it's not just the fact that they're making a choice from joy, but is another person, right, is another person taking care of them? Or are they making a choice because someone's letting them do anything, which is often the sign of someone that does not care at all. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Page of Wands, right? There's a lot of energy here that's like working into the space of autonomy. But I keep on hearing this is why we recognize, like, healthy energy understands that, like, autonomy is longed for, but there's a reason, like, again, from a certain, like, at a certain point that we're ready for autonomy, because autonomy is calibrated by what we're energetically prepared for, right? Like, it's nice to imagine that the world is a beautiful place and everybody in it has the best intentions, but unfortunately that's often not the case, right? And so the ability to effectively articulate a concern to another, one of the things I like to point out when I see energy like this is to say to someone, right, especially when you truly care about someone, right, when you truly care about someone, you can look someone dead in the eye and say, what is the only context by which I would stand in your way, right? Like, when you've really loved someone well, you get the gift of being able to look them in the eye and saying to them, what is the only context that you can surmise by which I would ever stand in your way? And usually the answer is, because I'm doing something that's not safe, right? So make sure that you're building into a context with someone where they understand that that is a quality by which you're looking at something, right? Because the quality and condition by which you say, right, that is the gift. That is literally the gift of loving someone right. You want to know the gift of tirelessly working to love someone right? Is when that day comes that you have to say to someone, I'm standing in your way. It's a space by which you can say to them, what is the only context by which I would do that, right? It's when I'm energetically afraid for something. So being able to navigate that fear, it's not about prevention. It's about understanding what to do to make someone as safe as possible. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Rosita. Hey there, Andrel. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, if you would also like to get on the list today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. You're so welcome, Gabrielle. I'm so glad that it helped. It's like someone wanting to have their cake and eating it too. No, it's like, I actually like this. I never understood that line. I feel like it's like someone who wants to have a cake in the fridge just in case they want cake, but they never touch the cake, right? You should have your cake and eat it too, right? Like, it's the opposite of that. I feel like for your case, it's someone being like, I am not ready for the cake, but I just want to see if it's still there for the time that I'm ready to have it, right? Like, you can't, that is what you can't, like, that's what you can't have, you know? And Alana, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing. So Vixie, what we were talking about for anybody who's looking for an affirmation statement from a guide for the advanced soul, if you want this, just head over to the place where we keep the photos, you know, the place that starts with an I. And if you go there and you comment followed, as you follow me there, I will read you an affirmation. If you're already following me there, then go ahead and share that live with 3 individuals who do not follow me, and I will give you that affirmation as well. Yep. I'm over here baking the cake and serving the cake, but not even being offered any cake. Exactly. That's not okay. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. What do I do for an Akashic? So basically, an Akashic is going to kind of talk towards what your purpose is. It's going to tap into the lessons where you left the past life and what you're working to effectively work towards on this one. Sometimes everyone's Akashic is typically a different read. Sometimes it delves into the purpose that we find here. Sometimes it works through some karmic work that's working to be resolved here. Sometimes it's a communication with the higher self. I usually can't see fully what's in the Akashic until we start reading for it. Absolutely. You're welcome, Lisa and Lana. Thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Jana. And thank you for that, the recharging your heart me's. Guys, if you're joining us on the clock app, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. And we got to 50K. Blessings to you, Logan. I get that message. Yeah, it's keeping someone on the shelf, like a backup cake. 174, thank you for the follow and thank you for sharing the live. And beautiful, thank you for the follow. You know, it's interesting. You know, it was coming through a lot, Lisa, like advice that you have to give someone that's trying to make a really hard decision is what I keep on seeing, right? And I keep on hearing, like, it almost feels like helping fortify someone against bad advice, if that makes sense, right? And I keep on hearing, like, bad advice is someone saying, go for it, don't think about the consequence, you know? Yeah. And thank you, beautiful, for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Victoria. Victoria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it is a positively lovely time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. Hi, dear. Okay. Oh, I got to do 50K first. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we're going to do the 50K, and then we're going to do Victoria's reading. So, and I've got your question here, dear. So I am thinking of a number right now. Oh, you needed to hear my readings today. The Pisces going through. I know. This is hard. Listen, I got to point out, Tupi, you're not the only person going through it. This was a hard Pisces season. There were a lot of planets moving through into Aries during Pisces season, which can bring up a lot of abandonment wounds for those with Pisces placements. This energy should get easier as we move into that full moon in Libra, right? It's gonna make it feel a little bit more balanced. So make sure that you're grounding right now. Make sure that you're not feeling overwhelmed, right? Just everything can be done. If it feels like it's overwhelming, just break it into smaller pieces, okay? A lot of change right now. Oh, you're a Pisces as well. Okay, so just a reminder, we're reading for the Victoria that sent the donation in. Yeah. There you go. I feel you, Julia. I get it. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. 5 Pisces placements. Oh my God, you've got a Pisces stellium. Oh dear. That's a school of fish. All right, I am thinking of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 44. First person I see the post number will get the free reading. First person I see. Not the first person that posted. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, stop. Let me just check. All right. Oh my gosh, Tupi, congratulations. You got it. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and thank you so much, Tupi. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow. Excellent. And thank you, Alexandra, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Victoria. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything. Oh, come on. Happy to give insight on anything. Oh my goodness. Really? Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. There we go. And also just a reminder, we do here, if you're interested in getting on the list, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is necessary for the purpose of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over. The next person we're reading for is, I got to read over Victoria's question before we continue right now. Hold on, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I know, I got you. Excellent. Congratulations, dear. Excellent. Hi. Oh, it's your day off. Yep. You'll have, so it's okay, dear. So basically, if you can't be on tomorrow, then anytime you come back, you just need to claim it by telling me the date. So as long as you have the date, you can have the reading. So just remember to notate this date, and the next time you come in, you'll be able to have it. All right, excellent. Good to see you today, Logan. All right, so give me a minute as I read over this email. All right, cool. I'm going to pin up Victoria. Victoria, can you please comment so I know that you're still here? And just a reminder for anyone who's interested, if you would like an affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul, head over to the place where we keep the photos. Give me a follow, comment follow in the live stream, or share the live with 3 people if you're already following me. And I will go ahead and read, give you a quote. I got you, dear. And guys, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Pisces. It was the otter. Well done. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay, is this inside tea or outside tea? Are you comfortable with me reading this out loud, or is this just for between us? That's why we practice, beautiful. Okay, I came yesterday. We did a reading yesterday about school and career, and you mentioned someone wanting to work with me or mentor me. There's a question about who that could be. The job would require travel, and I miss traveling a lot. Also, you mentioned my cat is one of my guides. Is there anything else he wants me to know? I've been worried about him for months. There's been a change in behaviors. I got you, dear. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Hi there, Nikki. All right, I'm going to pin up Vicky here, Victoria here. Guys, make sure to give Victoria some love. 4 cards, please. And before we continue right now, thank you for the follow phases of Julia. Your affirmation: a tree that can fill the span of a man's arms grows from a downy tip. A terrace 9 stories high rises from hodfuls of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath one's feet. Lao Tzu. Thank you so much, dear, for the follow. Four cards, please. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, you know, the thing about it, it's interesting. We're going to talk a lot about that. Thank you for the potato in Paris. We got to talk a bit about this travel thing, is what I keep on seeing. Because I kind of see a situation right now where you have to be somewhere that you don't ideally desire to stay, right? But I keep on hearing there's a power in knowing it's temporary, you know? There's a power in knowing that something is temporary because you can use, you can use it as an opportunity. I keep on hearing when we know that something is temporary, then we can use it as an opportunity to do something that we haven't done before or we haven't tried before. And so I feel like one of the major messages that's coming through right now is taking advantage of the opportunity where you are locationally is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on getting that is if it feels like there's a deficit of something, that means that you're exclusively bringing it. I want to say that again. If it feels like there's a deficit, then it means that you don't have any competition in relationality to experience, particularly being the person to bring it into being. And I feel like I see two different things happening. I see you creating something during a period of time because I don't know why I keep on getting, like, I see you kind of like surrounded by some blah energy, which is like not necessarily having something to look forward to and letting that be the impetus by which you do something, right? Like somebody has to do something. Oh my God, the blahs. Somebody has to do something. Oh wait, it's me. Right? It's like, oh no, somebody do something. The blahs. Oh wait, it's me. Right? The observation of a bunch of energy that feels the same way you do. Right? So I feel like I see you both kind of building something from the ground up and then using that to find that mentorship. Because then that says I created something, right? I made something. I took nothing and I made something from it. Imagine what you could do if you give me something that already exists. Right? Like that's what I keep on hearing you say to somebody. I took nothing and I made something out of it. Imagine what I could do if you gave me something that exists, is what I keep on seeing. So that ability of you potentially, and I keep on seeing, like, and I feel like the hard part about it is, and this is where the guide comes in, because I got to point out that guide is hilarious. That guide, I think I know who that guy. I got some inclinations on that guide, but like the thing with that guide is I keep on seeing is you got to work on that confidence. You gotta work. It's not. I keep on hearing it is not. You're not doing it. Like you're not doing it for self-centered purposes. If there's a genuine need there, is what I keep on hearing. You're not doing it for self-centered purposes if there's a genuine need there. If there's something that you're genuinely trying to do, and not only are you genuinely trying to do it, but you're trying to do it in a way that others would enjoy it too. It's going to require you to have to be confident like you've never been before, because you're going to have to, I keep on hearing, you're going to have to be the ambassador for it. And I know you kind of hate that, right? I know you kind of hate that. But that same ambassador point is what is going to help you meet that energetic connection in relationality to doing something, is what I keep on hearing, because that is the sound of you creating even footing between you. Even footing between you. And I gotta express this. I know you mentioned someone here. The funny part about it is I almost see you working with that person to build whatever it is I see you building, but not as mentor, right? Because I keep on hearing that energy can't be your mentor, because there's no possibility of there ever being even footing between you, right? But in terms of making something together, exquisite, like exquisite energy. Making, yes, right? Making the thing that will help you find that energetic mentor, that is what I see the direction of that individual being. And I do feel like I see travel here, but and I know it's I don't even know, like it's saying, I keep on getting, if you, it's like it's a bit, if you build it they will come energy, but it's not if you build it they will come. If you build it you will go, right? You have to write that down somewhere. If you build it you will go, which means whatever you build where you are in the, where the blah is going to be your ship to get out of the blahs, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, King of Wands, right? That's a like that's a pretty, I keep on hearing somebody be like, that's a pretty cool ship you built in the blah zone, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on seeing somebody like, that's a pretty cool ship that you built in the blah zone. I wonder what you would do. I wonder what you would do in like in a cool in a I don't know to say the word cooler. I don't want to like speak down, but I feel like you know what I mean, right? Around, I keep on hearing around. I don't know. I keep on hearing around cooler energy, but I don't mean cooler. Yeah, you understand? I don't mean like cooler energy. Like the thing I'm talking about is effectively. I keep on like, I don't know why. I feel like you're trying to bring something creative into a very studious environment. I feel like we talked about this. Wasn't this you like trying to bang two different, wasn't this you trying to fuse two different things together that typically don't fuse? Like I keep on getting this here. Like I've got you trying to fuse two different things together that typically don't go together. So like that's the thing about it. And so I feel like that's what I meant in terms of you having to effectively work through something there. And that's what I like, and like that's you bringing cool into something, right? And as you're being cool, you're gonna have somebody being like, "What are you doing? Stop that! Stop that! Stop bringing that silly." Just like, and so this is where the guide comes from. So let's talk about it, because that guide is very. I just need to describe this guide. When I use the word. Remember how I was describing the guide I was reading into as having a little bit of a, like they've got a little bit of a toot on them, right? Like it's like there's like, and I like to point this out, like there's a like, what's the word? There is a who cares what people have to say kind of energy to that guide. And it's funny too, because it feels like a spirit guide. And the best way, it's interesting. So when I read into certain guides, there's different attenuation points. And I keep on hearing that guide go, "You can call me that," is what I keep on hearing, because that guide, the thing about it is like that guide is effectively, how do I describe it? It feels to me like a powerful collective ancestral, which is, it's hard for me to explain the quality and characteristic of a guide who is a powerful collective ancestral. because a powerful collective ancestrals will often be energetically summoned when they see something that's of interest to them and they want to continue their work. And it's interesting because I almost see that guide as mentoring you in a way, because I often see the collective ancestral guides as someone being like, oh, if I was here, we'd be working together. I would be all about this, is what I keep on seeing. So and I want to describe the way you can usually attenuate this is I want you to notice if the time by which your cat started acting a little funny was the time that you connected to that guide. Because remember when I said yesterday the guide is working through the cat, right? Like it's the guide, it's the guide working through the cat, which is saying if they're acting funny, that is confirming that it, and especially if it's around the same time that you connected with that guide, that would be further confirmation of the fact that I didn't say the cat was the guide. I said yesterday, I specifically said the guide was working through them, because sometimes, and it's hard to explain, sometimes certain animal spirits will work in collaboration with our guides when they feel that there's unifying work to be done. So I see the space. I see the space by which that particular spirit, like animal spirit guide, the animal of the pet, is working in collaboration with the ancestral collective spirit guide and is working through them on occasion, which is not all the time, if that makes sense. I know that's very complicated. Okay. That is usually the depth that we get into with a mentorship reading, because having to describe like the shape of the energy, it's like I literally see the energy being like, can you please clarify that? Like I see the energy going, can you please clarify that? Because there's two different energies there, but they're working together occasionally, because that energetic guide comes and goes as they please. They come and go as they please. Like, as they flip their hair back is what I keep on getting. As they flip their hair back, they're busy. They're busy. They're very busy. They're so busy. Busy. All right. Hold on. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Absolutely. I don't even know. I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. I'm going to offend all of the French language by trying to speak it. Hi there, Julia. You're so welcome, dear. And Tupi, thank you for those gifts. It was a very cute gift. I loved it. I am. Thank you. I'm working with the blahs. Yeah, I get it. It is not a conducive environment, which is why I see that guide like that, and I think it's so funny because that guide is hilarious. They are very funny. And that's how I can tell it's a collective ancestral, because collective, like only that type of sass you pick up on a collective ancestral. Yes, it's so blah here. Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the space of being sick and stressed, but I feel like I see somebody who's going through, who's going, like I feel like I see you coming out, like I see you've been climbing out of something that was very heavy. Joseph, you like, good to see you come in here every day, like almost every day on the nose to say the same thing. I'm absolutely thrown as to what you're looking for. But again, I'm going to say what I always say, which is like, you could be anywhere on this earth right now, but you choose to be here. So I hope that you're finding what you're looking for. And again, the only rule I have in relationality to being in this space is you have to be kind, and that kindness extends to me. So again, nobody's forcing your hand in being in this space. I don't know how long you stick around before you feel like you need to have the attention drawn to you and it's making statements like that. But I ask you to potentially ask yourself how you can be a contributive force to kind of helping to heal in this space in terms of instead of like bringing out a lot of projection. Thank you. Oh yeah, they're definitely, no, they're definitely Victorian. Yeah, like there's a lot, like there's, like I see them very clearly. And it's interesting too, because you could find them historically. They've got historical import. I told you, it's a collective ancestral. So a collective ancestral, it's not necessarily your ancestral, it's somebody who is very interested. It's somebody who's very interested, somebody in spirit who's very interested in your life path. Because something you're doing dovetails with their work. The mod, why are you seeking? Oh yeah, I know. They come in here every day, Tupi. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is an interesting one. It's always very interesting when there's a collective ancestral coming through, because there's usually something important going on. I came out of a dark emotional period when Saturn and Neptune transited my fourth house, as you would. That's some really heavy stuff. Your life is not over. I don't know what ended, but that was just the start of it. I know it felt like a fundamental ending. That was the beginning. That's the hard part with Saturn and Neptune transiting through your fourth house, right? It's the moment you feel like everything's over and nothing is yet begun. Absolutely. And that's why I feel like that guide came out. Like I feel like that's why the guide came to you in that moment. Because I feel like the guide was like, we got work to do. Like the guy was like, the guy's like, nope, come on. Like I see the energy being like, nope, not doing what I did. I feel like the energy literally going, not doing what I did, is what I keep on hearing them do. Now it's in your fifth. Well, that fifth house is much better for that energy, right? Like fifth house is much better for that energy. OHL, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to. I will tell you though, I will tell you before even having a reading, everyone I read for, when they've crossed over, is at peace. They always find peace on the other side. So I hope that helps. If you would like a reading that goes further, I'd be happy to do a reading on it, but I hope that helps you. And Pisces, thank you. Yeah, thank you as well, Tupi. The list is open, Stella. If you want to, if you want to get on today again, absolutely. Thank you for those gifts, Tupi. Yeah, when my Saturn and Neptune transited through my fourth house, I went into a new phone. Yeah, that's when that's the thing. Saturn and Neptune transiting through the fourth house literally feels like everything's over and nothing has yet begun. Like that's what's so hard about it. And my life did feel like everything ended and nothing had yet began. And that's a hard part. It's really like guides often come towards us when we're deep in Saturn and Neptune transiting through fourth house, because it's like the veil is real in here. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, oh, look, oh, there's the bottom, right? It can sometimes feel very much like that. You know, it's like oubliette energy. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Oh, thank you for getting on the list, Stella. You'll be read for after Alexandra. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Yeah, it is. It's like, it's awful, right? Yeah, it's absolutely awful. And but that's what I'm seeing. Like the fact that the fact that that guide would come to someone at that moment, it's like it's the incongruity. It's the incongruity that gets to me, because they're just like, hello. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Yeah, I need to take notes because you were right on how you handle. Oh, thank you, dear. I mean, again, will this be recorded? Oh, I mean, so is that a concern, Alexandra? I mean, if there's something that you need to read for, that you would prefer not being public. Yeah, that's what I noticed in my cards, moving away from rock. No, you're coming out of it now. Like, and I like to point out, getting to fifth house is like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like bum 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 bum. You know what I mean? That's like da da da. Oh, I understand. Oh no, I understand. Okay, yeah. Oh, cool. Well, okay. Do you want to have it now, or I could read you after Stella? Whatever you prefer, dear. You let me know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that. Like once you get like, yeah, it's a lot of that. Like, no, and that's the thing about like that's why like once you get into the fifth house with that, like everything changes, right? That's like now I'm angry. Now I'm angry. Sure. Yeah, got you. Okay, perfect. So guys, just a reminder, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. If you become a super fan, you'll have access to the disco. And if you are if you head over to the place where we keep the photos and give me a follow and comment follow in the live feed, I will read you a affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you are already following me there and you give me three shares, I will also do so. Excellent. Excellent. I got you, dear. Inside tea, please. I got you. Guys, it's just your daily reminder, don't follow weird people promising you strange things by DMing them. Okay, let's be safe. And now it's going into my sixth house Saturn. Yeah, there you go. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Because sixth house Saturn and Neptune is like, right? It's like, wait a minute, there's a beat here. All right. All right, I got to pull this up. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got it. Fire dragon. Keeping that out for this reading. All right, I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Make sure to give Alexandra some love. I wish there was a hermit crab in this deck. I wish there was a crab in the deck too. All right. Oh, you got it, Ivana. Yes. Oh, 2 people getting it. Look at that. Nice. All right. Cool. And where'd Alexandra go? That makes sense. 2 guides. She got two strong guides here. Yeah, I get it. Messages from both. 4 cards. Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting 2 different messages, and it's interesting because it's coming from both of your guides. And I feel like one is trying to support you in terms of how you're feeling about yourself, and the other is trying to effectively help you get some guidance in terms of where you're going. So, yeah, because one of them, oh, okay. I would not be surprised if there's not another, okay, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yep. Okay. So you don't have to cut yourself in half if you are multifaceted, is what I keep on seeing. You don't need to cut yourself in half if you are multifaceted. And I feel like that is what I see that you're working on right now. You've got like you've got this like you've got this like segmentation, this energetic segmentation right now that I see that you've been working to dissolve. And the thing about it is like energetic segmentation is some of the hardest stuff to do because you can't just do it all at once. Okay? Because when especially like and I often see this um I often see this in the modality of energy that has had to heal from some trauma by which one was made to feel that it wasn't safe to be the self, right? Like when it does not feel like it's safe to be the self, we energetically segment, which is the modality by which we separate something. And in the space of separating, and you have to understand this, in the space of separating, like that's what's required when we're in a trauma situation, right? Like when it's literally not safe to be the self, so we shall separate, right? Because that's how much the body, like that's how much the self cares about the self, right? And I almost see the modality by which you're working to integrate from an experience by which it forced you to energetically separate from yourself. And the hard part about that, work is like often the space by which we stop apologizing, right? When we stop apologizing for who we are and instead start recognizing who we are, right? So I keep on hearing, like, I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see you doing right now, which is not apologizing for the self, but start recognizing it. But also recognizing the healing that you have that made you feel that you had to apologize for it in the first place. Because I keep on seeing, like, and you have to understand this, right? The modality of you being your authentic self will close doors, and that'll be protection, right? The modality of you being your most authentic self will close doors, and that is for your protection, right? When you stop seeing it as rejection and you start seeing it as protection, then you understand that as those doors close, new doors will be opened towards you. And I feel like a lot of that work, and I keep on seeing this, like I almost see you kind of like working in the function of like you've got a lot of, and again, it has to do with some of your Akashic, like there's a lot of this energetic concealment that I see that you're still working to. And I keep on getting, like, the answer is not to get, I know that there's a tendency to want to get quiet, and I'm going to encourage you to get loud. I'm going to encourage you to get loud. And that's like, and I want to say like, and the thing is about it, like, that's what that one guide is all about. You know, like that's the one guide, and I think you know who that guide is, that says like when someone tells you to lower your voice, you could say like this, like, right? I keep hearing that guide is very attenuated to the story. Like I see that guide saying, let me tell you a story, in terms of someone saying, let me tell you the story of someone saying that I got kicked out, but instead I was protected from something, is what I keep on hearing that guide say. Let me tell you the story about someone articulating that I was kicked out of the best thing I was ever protected from, is what I keep on hearing the energy say. Let me tell you the story by which I was kicked out, and it's a space that by which I was protected from it, right? The misconception of others' perceptions that often tell us everything we need to know about the direction that we need to go. Like that's what that guide does, you know? And it's like, I keep wondering, let them have their misconceptions as you're moving in the direction that you know is best for you. Let them carry those misconceptions until the cows come home, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing, like, you know what is energetically best for you. Now, the other guide that I see, and I feel like this is the modality by which working upon something patiently, right? And I keep on hearing the work of integration is not done over a day. We have to be patient in our integration processes, because integration, when forced integration is trauma, right? The modality by which another person says that we have to integrate is the shape of another trying to put trauma upon us. We integrate at the rate that feels comfortable for us, because that is the way that we effectively build into, right, the comfortability of ourselves without feeling like our integration is forced and then feels like it's not authentic. So I feel like I see you currently trying to find what feels comfortable for you. And you have to just recognize that there's going to be a little bit of a Goldilocks effect there, which is the modality by which I see you having to move through different things. And often the space by which, and I keep on getting this, right? You trying things on is not you being fickle. Okay? You trying things on is not being fickle. It's you finding your niche, right? And I want you to understand that. I don't want you feeling that you're being fickle. I want you to understand that often the space by which we find our niche, the sound of finding our niche is finding a lot of places where we feel inherently like we don't belong, until we find the place that we know is always for us. So I feel like and I wouldn't be surprised if you're telling me that every time you're going through and the way you'll know is, I feel like you're getting to a point of I keep on hearing irritated proximity, which is something that is almost perfect, except for, right? Something that is almost, it would be so perfect except, right? The exception that is everything. And we often have to work through the space of understanding that that is often what we experience as we're moving towards our manifestation goals, because our manifestation goals help us understand what is important, right? And often in the modality by which we work through something and being like, oh, it's everything I aspire to be, except, and the universe goes, except what? Let me guess, the most important thing, right? Because even in the moment by which we're able to isolate, right? We are able to isolate the exception by going through an experience by which we can observe everything that feels like it's moving in energetic alignment, except for the most integral thing, which helps us identify our own energetic importance. So I keep on seeing you're not that far off the mark right now, particularly and especially if you feel like you are getting closer and closer to what is ideal. But, right, if that just one thing is everything, then congratulations. You're finding what your purpose is. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Knight of Cups. I feel like a lot of this has to do, you are very energetically sensitive. That's not, I don't say that negatively, but it's not enough. I keep wondering, it's not enough for you to be in an ideal situation right? The perfect place. If the people there don't carry that same sense of perfection, right? The modality, the observation in being able to energetically recognize, right, how one feels is often carried in the cradle of the work that the energy around us is also willing to do. So again, if you feel right now like you are around energy that's projecting, it's not hard to imagine or understand that that sense, right? Like that's not something small, it's important, right? And it's often, I keep on seeing, like it's often hard in that context because nobody is perfect, but nobody has to be perfect. It's the observation of them recognizing what it is that they're working upon. So just be a little, I keep on hearing, be conscientious with yourself in terms of identifying. I feel like this is you. Like this isn't, I keep on hearing, is this actually a purpose issue? Or is this you trying to find your soul family? Is this a purpose issue? Or is this you trying to find your soul family? Right? Because if everything is right except the people around you, that's not a purpose problem. That's a soul family problem. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, it would be a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. List is nice and short right now if you'd like to take the opportunity of using that to your advantage and getting on the list. We're also at 66.3K likes. Shelby, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Stella. We've got 4 more spots available today before the list will be closed if you'd like to secure one of those spots. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also a reminder to anyone who would like an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul, if you give me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos and comment follow in the comments, I'll be happy to do an affirmation for you. If you're already following me, just share the live with 3 individuals and comment share, and I will also read you an affirmation over on the place where we keep the photos. It starts with an I. Yes. Absolutely. 2 people got it. I know, that was wild. So true. Uncle, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings, so you get on the list right now with a gift of $29 or more for non-subscribers. 100%. I felt like I held back a lot. You had to. I felt like I always had to validate myself and can get lonely. But that's what, like, that's the force of what you're healing from. It wasn't safe for you to be the person that you were before. Right? And this is you learning, this is you finding the space by which it's safe to be the full expansion of the self. Hi there, cow dog. How you doing? Good to see you again. I always felt like work should, I'm here every day. I'm here every day, same time pretty much. So if you're not seeing me, you can always just come over to my spot. You'll find me here. I always felt like work should be an ecosystem cared for rather than just something you tolerate. Well, and this is what I keep on seeing. That's what I meant about you trying to find your soul family, right? Like you kind of building into, you are searching for the healthy ecosystem. That is your aspiration. Yeah. I got you, Stella. Good point. I'll have to reflect on that. I want to feel like I can express myself fully, for sure, and feel my ideas are celebrated. Oh, I was, you know, that's what I was going to suggest. That I knew that I figured that's what I was going to comment. I was going to message you. Yeah. I know that it's I know mine had it too long time ago. I know it's yeah, but again, I'm glad, like that's best case scenario, because that's very, you know, you just have to kind of get through it. I'm sending you guys so much support, dear. I feel like it's idealistic, but I know I've directed projects fairly and succeeded. No, I don't think it's not idealistic if you've got evidence that you can do it. I feel like it's more you being able to utilize and find a way to show that to others around you. Yep. And thank you, Erica, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. As I mentioned, the next person on the list is Stella. Stella, I believe you said that you sent me a, hold on a minute. Okay, perfect. Excellent. One moment, please. All right. All right, let me take a moment to read over this message. But if you want to get on the list right now, is a great time. I've got 4 more spots available to list today, and if you get on right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you as well. We're doing here, for those joining us across the other apps, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and Love. If you've got information that is relevant for the purpose of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the message that came through for this reading. In the meantime, highest priority, Erica, is usually effectively just putting it towards Spirit to tell us what we need to know at this moment. So it's usually a combination of what your guides might have to say, what your ancestral energy has to say. It's kind of like, you know, it's like the telegram of the most important stuff at this exact time. Also, again, we just a reminder too. While I read over this, prompt to read for is, what was the last outrageous thing you've done? Seems appropriate for Aries energy. Positively outrageous. Okay. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, ugh. All right. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Make sure to give Stella some love. Okay. 4 cards. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I need to stress this. Remember when I talked about the fact that this person exists in a miserable experience? That the miserable experience that they've cultivated for themselves is, remember I said like they're in a miserable experience? You're seeing the miserable, you're seeing the environment. You can't believe in the miserable experience. I've already articulated this. So I'm going to walk you through it again to explain everything that you're seeing. I literally told you an environment by which the only way you can stay close to someone is if you swallow the lies that they feed everybody. Okay? Remember how I said that? That this is the energy that is constantly, like they've created an experience by which everybody around them is miserable because they recognize the fact that someone's talking to them and they're telling them lies. And the only way that you can stay energetically close to them is if you recognize the fact that they're energetically lying with every breath. And worse, you have to support the lie that they're telling everyone. That is you, like, this is you seeing, right? What you're experiencing is the protection of you experiencing the fact that you are too authentic to be energetically close to them, right? Because they have created for themselves a vortex of those who are perfectly comfortable swallowing lies, and not only swallowing lies, disseminating those lies to anyone that asks any questions. And I'll point out the reason you know this is, why would that person know that? Why would that person know that about that person? That's weird. It's disturbing. It's too intimate to know. The fact that they could answer that question so succinctly shows you that not only is the relationship between them and that person entirely inappropriate because they know way too much information about that person's personal life, but it feels awful convenient, feels very directed towards you, almost feels like somebody said, if they ask you about this, this is what you should say to them. It's a weaponized statement. It's something that either one of two things was happening there. Either the modality by which another person has just expressed to you, has just proven to you the fact that that person is inappropriate and they're comfortable with it because they told you something that is wholly inappropriate for them to know. They answered your assertion. You said this person was inappropriate to me, and they responded with something that was doubly inappropriate, right? So what they're really saying is, oh, no, you're wrong. I'm very comfortable with them being inappropriate. In fact, I'm so comfortable. Let me tell you, I'm so comfortable with them being inappropriate. I'm going to give you really inappropriate tea about it. I'm going to give you even something, I'm going to raise your inappropriate with something that is even more inappropriate. So I told you, you're not going to get any energy around them that says, I've been hurt too, because if they're hurt, they're not going to be standing in proximity to them. They're going to be feeding the lies back. So they literally gave you confirmation that they're constantly inappropriate by knowing something that is completely unreasonable for them to know about that person's intimate life. Or somebody literally said to them, if they say this to you, this is what I want you to tell them. Both things, doesn't matter which one it is, both are awful. Both are absolutely energetically awful. It does not matter which one it is, because trauma has no clarity to it. And the recognition that it's either one of those two things and they're both gross is affirmation, further affirmation of how gross the energy is around someone. You're not going to get anyone affirming that, because anyone they hurt is not going to be standing next to them. You have to go farther afield, because this is a vortex of abuse. The vortex of abuse is the space by which the energy that is being abused is going to protect the energy that is abusing them, because it is the energy that refuses to see the fact that they're being abused in the first place. It's the abuse vortex. So the modality by which the only place you're going to find energy like yours is energy that can't get anywhere near them, because they're singing the same song as you, right? They're saying the same thing. They're articulating the fact that they've been energetically hurt, right? You're not going to find it. You're not going to find it in proximity to them. You're not going to find it there, because that is the nucleus of the misery that they energetically created around themselves. And so every time you effectively articulate something, it gets worse instead of better, right? You keep on saying, oh, I'm not finding any signs of abuse. And you're showing me sign after sign of how abusive it actually is. in that energetic experience, right? Not only in the context of the energy that outright refuses to believe you when you articulate that you've been hurt, which is weird, right? It's very weird for someone to articulate something and another person not to say, "Oh my goodness," to say you're a liar, right? Feels a little bit like someone energetically prepared them to articulate that to you. Or the modality by which the energy, right? The energy is so twisted. The energy has been so twisted in another person's psychosis or another person's energetic misery that they will say anything in order to get closer to them, right? So then they can go back to them and be like, "Oh, guess what I heard? This is what happened. Yeah, they said they were hurt, but I protected you. Do I get to be closer to you now? Do I get to be closer to you now that I proved to you that I was able to protect you against someone that was trying to hurt you?" Right? Do you see the awful energy that is that this is the obster, this everything you're giving is the affirmation on how truly miserable this person's energetic experience is. Not just in the, and you have to understand it, when you see a miserable experience, it spreads to all those that are in proximity to it. We talk about this, the toxicity of trauma, and often the modality by which the only way you can notice a trauma environment is if you move away from it. And and what you're experiencing, right? You're experiencing the centrifugal force of the toxicity in an environment, because every time you try to go towards someone near them and saying this person hurt me, what are you seeing? No, right? I mean, in one way, shape, or form, they're saying no. They're pushing back on you because they can't hear it, because they say that'll interrupt this experience, right? Can't have that here. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, if you're looking for someone that's hurt, you have to go further afield. It's not going to be someone standing beside them, because someone beside them is either constantly in the state of being hurt, or they're in the modality by which they feel, like I told you, they imbibe the lie every day. They know the fact that this person, I think you pointed out, even in the space by which you identified, someone says, "Oh no, I know they cheat. Oh no, it's fine. I know they cheat." No, they cheat every day, but they don't cheat with anybody who they're actually hurting. They go somewhere for that. That's worse, right? I told you, you're seeing evidence of the energy that has agreed to imbibe the lie in order to perpetuate staying in another person's experience. So again, I know it's hard, because the hard part about it, and this is what we talk about with trauma, like the trauma that you've experienced, right? The validation point isn't going to come from anybody who's in proximity to this person, because again, if this person was healthy, the energy wouldn't be supporting the lies that they're articulating. They'd be trying to help somebody get energetically better, right? It's the space by which we identify and recognize what is okay. So I wouldn't be surprised if you have energy around this person that has no scruples, right? Unscrupulous energy who articulates upon the fact that scruples or having energetic standards is something that is laughable instead of something that is energetically important. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, there are 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 66.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Yep. Because I told you this is the shape of the miserable environment that's around this person. The only way you can continue to stand by their side is if you swallow the lies they say or you perpetuate them. Yeah, it's beyond weird. No, it's incredibly weird, and you're right. Like, your intuition was right in terms of feeling like it was very directed towards you, almost like someone prepared them to say it, almost like someone prepared them for the fact that you would potentially come to talk to them about something. Feels very specific, doesn't it? Thank you, John, for the follow. It's like, it's awful when anyone does that, masculine or feminine, right? The modality by which we energetically try to protect someone from the worst version of themselves, a healthy relationship should not require that. A healthy relationship should require us to have energetic standards. Yeah, I did not move. I searched for, yeah, I did not move. I searched for women who moved as well. Exactly. Sending you, I mean, again, I'm sending you so much support and having had to experience that. It's a very difficult position for you to have to go through. And it's worsened by the fact that there's so much energy and proximity to an individual that's making you feel like you have to question your own experience in relationality to something. Yolu, thank you so much for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Shelby. Shelby, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for here: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for those who are joining us, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you just need to send me the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Before we continue right now, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just a reminder to anybody who's interested, we are also doing affirmations for those who are joining us over on the video, the place where we keep the photos. Anyone who gives me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos will also be receiving a affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. If you're already following me there and would like an affirmation, you just need to give me, you just need to share this live with 3 individuals there, and I'll be happy to read you an affirmation as well. You got it! Good job, Bridget! Excellent. Wait, I don't even see it. What do you mean? I don't see you having written cow. Why'd you write win? Okay. I struggle with insects and domestic animals. Excellent. I've got Shelby here. Guys, make sure to give Shelby some love. 4 cards, please. I feel like there's a lot of past life stuff that's coming up in this. Yeah, like the thing I keep on... I, 'cause, 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 ' So you know, there like I like the thing about it is like I always like to point out the thing is like the word the word that we often experience with past lives is like we often talk about the fact that we unlock past life stuff. And I feel like it's often, and I want to point out, often when past life stuff starts getting unlocked, it's usually because we're ready for it. You know? And the hard part about it is, and I feel like, you know, I feel like you kind of like, it's funny too, because I've got this like energy around you, which is like, not now. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, the funny thing is, it's like, it's never ideal. Like, past life stuff is never ideal when it energetically comes up. But I feel like the reason that past life energy comes up towards us is because it's awareness, right? I like to think about it like think about it as think about it as the situational awareness that helps us energetically inform a present experience, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like the situational awareness that helps us inform a present experience is often one that we receive after the fact, is what I keep on getting. And there's a reason for that, right? Everything comes to us exactly as it's supposed to. Everything comes to us exactly as it's supposed to. And often this is why like past life experiences come to us after the fact, because it's the observation. Like I often get this with the guides. They don't want the experience of the past self to inform or disturb the work of the present. Right? When you think about it like that, it makes a lot of sense. Right? Not allowing the past self to inform the energetic work of the present, which is often why we sometimes feel like past life moments being like, that would have been really helpful. Like, I know, right? The guys are like, yeah, we know, but that's why you're getting it now. Right? It's for situate. I keep wondering, it is to help us understand the context of the energetic informed choices that we move through. And I like to point out, it's always a blessing, right? If you are arriving into it, I keep on hearing it's never to distress you. It's always an energetic blessing. But sometimes it doesn't feel that way, because it often can feel like it often can create the space of us feeling frustrated and being like, why didn't I not think it before? And being like, because it's not yours to think, it was yours to receive, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Why did I think that before? Because it wasn't yours to think, it was yours to energetically receive. Right? And when you think about that, then you start being a lot easier. Right? You start being profoundly easier on yourself. Right? Because I keep on hearing the guides don't show us things to make us feel energetically bad, right? That's not what the guides are trying to do. The guides aren't trying to give us things to make us feel bad and being like, woo, you know, like it's not supposed to be boo, it's supposed to be woo, which is the modality by which another person says, if you're receiving the information at all, it's to show you how far you've come, right? When you recognize the context by which if you are that attenuated, if you recognize the fact that you're receiving past life information after effectively energetically doing something, congratulations. Like you congratulate, like the only sound you should be giving yourself is congratulations. Because most people would effectively be like, what? And then another person goes, yep. And then like that in itself being like, yeah, right? It's that type, it's like that. But often I get so frustrated when I read energy like this. It's like, oh, like getting upset at the self because you're recalling things after the fact. It's recall for a reason, right? And I feel like the one thing I keep on getting with this, as I keep on seeing, I feel like you've got some energy that says you need to stop being so hard on yourself about it. You need to stop being so hard on yourself. And I know that you're not going to stop, but if you're going to be hard on yourself, be hard on yourself in the right ways, which is understanding that you're doing something very difficult. Right? Like if you're going to be hard on yourself, be hard on yourself in the right ways, which says understand that you're doing you're doing something very energetically difficult. And you got to give yourself a little bit of credit and a little bit of love as you're trying to do something. And I feel like that's something that that information is something that's for you, or for you to effectively articulate to counterpart. Right? I feel like it's saying to me like it's either this way or it's that way, but it's kind of the same. Right? And I keep on hearing like the modality by which one says, well, yeah, and I'm going to stress this right now. If you say, oh yeah, I feel like that about everybody, but not myself, the rules like that applies to you too. You've got to be moving through and giving yourself as much compassion as you would give any other person in your energetic situation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, man, because like, I feel like there's something here. Like, I feel like I see you having to go through some kind of like turn the other cheek energy. And I feel like the message I keep on getting around this is you can turn the other cheek, but you don't need to stand there to get slapped. Let this be your daily reminder that you can turn the other cheek, but you do not need to stand there to get slapped. Which basically doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean that you just sit there and you allow yourself to be another person's punching bag, right? Especially if you notice, especially if you recognize another person's tendency of not being energetically receptive towards you, right? And I feel like that's often the misconception as it relates to empathy, right? Empathy is not the articulation of effectively working through something and just being in a modality of forgiveness again and again and again, right? And I like to point this out. Energy that often comes into this space, and I like to point, and this is why we don't get in the habit of teaching lessons, because the modality by which, like, I can't tell you how much the universe is upset by energy that has no other purpose than trying to upset others. Can you imagine how that seems can you imagine how another person's guides must feel? Can you imagine how another person's guides must feel in the context by which you have every possibility of doing anything when you arrive here? And the work that you work, the place that you choose to set your sights on is to try to just hurt another? Do you understand the consequences of what happens to energy that makes that choice? It's not yours to worry about. I know it can potentially break your heart if you're experiencing it, but I keep on hearing that's their choice to make. That's their choice to make. It's not yours. Everything's cataloged. Everything's cataloged. It's not, and again, if somebody wants to articulate upon the fact, right? If someone wants to articulate upon the fact that they felt, right? Like, and I'll tell you right now, like the universe delights in laughter, except if our laughter is solely for ourselves, right? The modality by which another person says it was funny, and somebody's saying, funny to whom? Was it joyful? Was it joyful? Were you creating joy in that moment? I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like I literally see a situation by which you're watching someone create the context of what you know is going to be like their detriment. But all you can, like, you can't pull someone out of that space, right? It's not yours to do. I keep wondering, those are their choices, not your choices. But I keep wondering, the context of love does not require you to stand by them as they make those choices. And if you're doing that, like, the universe recognizes it too. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them.
We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we are at 68.6K likes. When we get to 100K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to K in no time. Ah, that's so, why are the animals, it's so wild. Why are they getting filtered? That's so bizarre. Okay. You're so welcome, Ella. Thank you on the past life stuff. I connect often and get frustrated. You can't get frustrated. Like if you are that, if that's what's happening, like, and it's that attenuated, like that is a gift. Like then often, like the space by which energy gets upset, being like, but it's a gift. I know, it's hard. And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, and yeah, it's not exactly. It's not. It's you're allowed to hold your standards and carry disappointment in relationality to another's choices. Yeah, sometimes I struggle with that. I try to give people, but here's the thing about it. You can give a person the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, right? Like we give each other the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. And the modality by which we do that is always leaving the possibility of someone being able to change, but not building the space by which we condone the fact that they're not, right? Yeah, I'm wanting to try. Yeah, thank you as well. How you doing today, Ivana? You're so welcome, Ella. All right, let's continue right now. The list is now open. If anybody would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. And in the meantime, we are going to get started on 1-card readings for subscribers and superfans. So if you are a superfan, on the place where we're on the clock app, you can go ahead and put your question up and I'll be happy to answer your question. If you'd like to become a superfan there, just hit the orange button and that'll activate your superfan and you'll be eligible for 1 card. If you'd like to join us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there will also make you eligible for a 1-card reading. Okay, reading over. You're so welcome, Shelby. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much more on that journey. 1 card on messages or advice from them. They're on it, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't you know, I gotta tell you this. Some people just don't realize who's protecting. Like, just like you don't like just no idea, right? It's like you never know, man. Like animal spirit guide. You know, like the adder energy. You know, like I gotta tell you, like, you know what I mean? Like this is giving me the like I gotta stress this. Like I feel like it's giving like the modality by which we energetically are, like I keep on seeing like the modality by which we never recognize like the significance like of another's like energetic spirit team is what I keep on seeing. Like I literally I keep on like I feel like there's something about something happening that's going to like I feel like they're saying I keep hearing pay attention to the coincidence wherein something stops is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like there's some kind of expression, like there's some kind of articulation there in relationality to them articulating upon the fact that they're handling something. Ella, 1 card highest, please. Whoop.
I feel like this is working through. I gotta describe this like um, this is a continuation of working through. I keep on seeing. I want you to be I want you to be navigating situations. Like the words I keep on seeing is, how can I turn this into a blessing? Right? Yeah, especially like this Two of Swords that doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck. Like I feel like I see a guide around you that articulates and says everything becomes a blessing if you just look at it in the right light. Is what I keep on hearing. Right? The modality, like especially like when you're I feel like you working through something that feels frustrating to you, but saying like everything becomes a blessing if you look at it right is the modality by which you're able to understand the quality and nature of another. Is what I keep on seeing. Something about you being able to see the quality and nature of another that allows you to effectively work into the space of mutual need is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep on hearing like this is you trying to build into having like a reasonable conversation with someone that works the same way that you do is what I keep on getting. Bridget, one card, highest priority. You know, I've got this it's interesting because I feel like I see you kind of going through a moment right now where there's like I keep on hearing this upscale of emotions or feeling like where are these emotions coming from? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like the space by which I see the Ace of Wands, like I feel like this like it's saying to me, like I just keep on hearing, think about the best way that you can ground energy, which is being able to like I keep on hearing like building into I keep on hearing like returning some energy back to the earth is what I keep on hearing, or the ability of effectively like especially with this cat energy, right? I keep on hearing the energy that doesn't feel like it's helpful to you or you feel like you're energetically receiving, you can just return back to the earth because that's you. Like it's not requiring you to effectively find a way to store it, but just find a way to effectively channel through it is what I'm getting. So think a bit about the process of earthing, right? Which is again like being able to effectively connect your energy to the earth, not only so that you can ground, but also so you can energetically return anything that doesn't feel like it's helpful to you back to it. Hi there, Ava. One card on why you encountered them. It feels like the ability to try to heal and restore a past life connection. Sometimes we meet certain energy to see how far we've progressed or to see if another person is ready to move forward based upon the lessons by which we last left them, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, particularly with the Magician energy. It feels like, I feel like it's almost like somebody who in a past life had some kind of overly controlling tendencies, right? And often situations like that are painful because they require us to move away from something, not because something couldn't be ideal, but because someone's trying to control the outcomes too much, or trying to be like nobody wants to be in a controlling relationship, which is the modality by which like we work mutually. And I feel like I see somebody that was like in a past life had a lot of those controlling tendencies that they hadn't let go of. Yeah, especially with the cow, like you being able to perceive and if they'd be able to overcome them to build your own point of judgment and relationality to whether they had effectively wondering whether they had grown or whether they were prone, right? Whether they'd grown or whether they were prone, whether they were in the space by which they'd evolved past them or in the space by which they're still in the space by which they're trying to control everything, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. I got you, Alexandra. Highest party, please. Whoop. Queen of Cups in its reversal. I feel like there's something important there in relationality to, like, this is a continuation of what I was seeing in relationality to your guides, which is saying a healthy space is not going to require you to have to disassociate from your emotions in order to persist within it, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the Magician energy, bottom of the deck, right? That doesn't mean I keep wondering, that doesn't mean that you move away from something at the slightest inclination, but the ability to recognize the persistent feeling of emotionality by which you don't feel, I keep on hearing, a healthy emotional support system, right? A healthy emotional support system, I keep on hearing, it's interesting because it almost feels like it's not, it doesn't try to cross your own boundaries, which is the space by which another person feels the space by which another person feels too invested in developing an emotional relationship with you that often makes us uninclined to do so, right? Like I keep on seeing this, like we don't, like it's interesting because I almost feel like I see you trying to find a healthy emotional ecosystem, but with energy that effectively like navigates the same boundaries as you yourself do, right? Like it's saying to me, like that feels energetically proportional, especially, yeah, there's that fire dragon again, right? Which is, I keep on seeing um, like the emotionality by which another person doesn't articulate upon the fact that it feels like you've got your guard up, but ask themselves what, like, it's not the space by which another person critiques or criticizes the way we come off often articulates why we don't feel energetically comfortable in the first place, right? I feel like there's something about that as it relates. I don't know, like I don't know if this is a type of situation where energies had conversations with you in the past in relationality, potentially being more approachable, or something of that nature, right? Like I almost see you saying to another person, like, that's rude, right? Like the modality by which we articulate upon that in itself is the space by which another person says, right? Like I keep wondering, the enthusiasm that you bring to things is your enthusiasm, right? Not the space by which another person tries to articulate that you need a more enthusiastic attitude, right? Like that's usually the space by which an enthusiastic attitude absolutely dissipates. You're so welcome, Ava. Nicole, one card. Ooh, Celestial Origin. Oh, look at that. I mean, I feel like you've probably gotten some indications of a past life that, I mean, it feels like a past life that was potentially off-world, as I'm getting. Like that's usually confirmation, like especially with the two of Pentacles in its reversal. Sometimes you can get indications on that, on memories, on things that, like, it's sometimes hard when we've got past life connections to otherworldly, because sometimes there's dimensions there that we're not used to, or the modality of having like weird dreams upon things that we haven't seen before. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the funny thing, like I like to point out, like dreams can often be indications of past lives, because dreams often dreams can only pull into what we've experienced before, right? So when we recognize that and we start seeing strange things in our dream space, right, it can often give us confirmation on something, because it's like I keep on hearing the dream space isn't an inventive space. It's kind of it's like it's a recovery system. So it pulls back from things in the archives, kind of understand things, which is often why if we start seeing strange things in the dream space, it can sometimes give us affirmation of past lives, particularly if there's something there you don't recognize. Thank you for reposting, Chachi. Absolutely. Yeah, we're doing 1 cards now, Ruby. Oh, thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate you. 1 card general for the week. I feel like just take the week as it comes, make changes as necessary. I feel like there's something about that here, which is like articulating or building into the amplification of being able to care for things, right? Like I keep on seeing, I almost feel like there's something there too about articulating or spreading awareness, or the context. Like there's a lot of sword energy there. Yeah, especially with the swan energy, right? Like the swan energy says like the ability, like I see somebody, like I see somebody in recovery mode, and I see you kind of doing everything you can to be supportive of them coming into the space by which they're energetically recovering from something. So I feel like it's the understanding. I keep on hearing the energy that cares about you will be absolutely understanding upon it. And the energy that articulates, I keep on hearing the energy that it articulates their irritation. I keep on saying it tells you everything you need to know about the energy, like how, like what, like how energy, how someone feels about you, and not only about how they feel about you, but the modality by which they effectively understand what it is that you yourself go through, right? I keep on hearing empathetic energy will effectively articulate upon, right, the ability to feel supportive, rather than the energy that doesn't, I keep wondering, that tries not to make a big deal out of it, or articulates the fact that you are, is what I keep on seeing. You're so welcome, Bridget. Oh, you did? Oh, that's wild. Thank you for confirmation, Ivana. Highest and best for Julia, please. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like I see you. This is you, like reshaping, right? I feel like I see you in some kind of modality by which you're reshaping right now. And bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this, like the Knight of Swords, nobody gets to tell you how you to reshape your life, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like it's hard because I almost see somebody, like I gotta stress, like I see somebody trying to come back towards you. And I just keep on hearing the same thing. I miss you is not the same thing as an apology, right? The modality by which another person says that they want to check on you is not the same thing as an apology, right? Right. I keep on, I keep on hearing, don't let somebody come towards you, like articulating, like I keep on hearing, don't let somebody trying to articulate from the space of saying, do you need anything, to erase the fact that you need an apology from them, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I keep on hearing often energy will try to skip the apology space by trying to articulate the fact that they need to give us something, or there's something that they effectively need addressed. Like pay attention if somebody is trying to utilize, like pay attention if someone is trying to utilize a technicality to come towards you, right? Like especially if it feels like something that is completely unnecessary and doesn't really need you there in order to effectively deal with. I got you, Minnie. 1 card, angelic, please. We've got the 7 of swords in its upright. So I feel like there's a lot of energy I'm identifying about you and another person reorienting in relationality to how you perceive the past in the context of what you're experiencing with one another. And I always point out that can be very disorienting, because that modality or that experience by which we recognize like what was actually within our power to change versus what we're accepting, it can sometimes feel like it's a lot. So make sure that you're taking time to explain to another that, like I keep on hearing, yeah, the relationship may be opening up things, but those things that it's opening up isn't related to somebody doing something wrong, but rather somebody doing something right. Because when somebody is doing something right, it helps us see what was wrong all along. You're so welcome, dear. I did have regulars want to spend time with me outside of work, but I made it clear. I'm glad to see you're doing that. Celestial origin is someone who has a past life that was not on this terrestrial plane. I don't think it's a good idea, or more caution than it seems. No, I think that makes I mean, like they said, there should be no offense taken in that because it makes a lot of sense. And if someone doesn't recognize that, then they're the energy that is offensive. No, I get it. Yep. Oh, you should have submitted today, Nicole. Oh, you should submit it today, Nicole. The list is open if you want to get on the list. You're welcome. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Angelina. I hope you find the healing you seek. Absolutely. Got you, dear. You're so welcome, Minnie. One card for Yaz on higher purpose between you and their recent falling. Yep, through. Hold on a minute. I feel like I see somebody who's like somewhat intimidated by you. You know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this Emperor energy. Like the Emperor energy with the King of Pentacles. You know, like I need to point this out, like the space by which, like, you guys have the same belief system, or do you hold the same values? Because I almost like those cards, yeah, like there's the blank manifestation, right? Like I feel like there's something about you that's moving them out of their comfort zone. But like often in the space by which we move out of our comfort zone is recognizing the shadow work that we still need to do, you know? Like I almost feel like I see, like I feel like there's something about that. Like there's something there that I'm identifying that feels very like I just want to describe it. It's like it feels very much like energy that is not like it's like them being energetically like I feel like it's some. I wouldn't be surprised if this is energy that is trying to keep something in the modality by which you find it, right? Like there's something important that I'm identifying there in relationality to the energy that's effectively working through something, because I see somebody that understands that you have a perception on things that might make them question a belief system. And I feel like there's some kind of trepidation there as a result of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, is it wrong? Again, I have to stress, Angelina, I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding what you're trying to communicate in your statements. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, I'm happy to read for you. Just need to send the donation payment. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. But it's not. I'm not. I can't build. I can't build a judgment in relationality to what you're saying, because I frankly don't understand what you're saying in the comments. Doesn't make sense to me. Thank you, dear. Excellent. Yeah, probably. I'm sending you so much support on that, Julia. Oh, I understand. Well, again, yeah, if you want to, I mean, I'll point out to Nicole, you have access to the disco, right? So if you want to post it in the disco, we can definitely, if you get on the list today, you'll be first to be read for tomorrow. So we'll do it before we get started. Yeah, hibernating for 10 months is like, oh, yeah, butterfly, I can see that, dear. And I'm looking forward to our reading as well. Lauren, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we hold a lot of similar belief systems and values. Yeah, like I feel like it's somebody who recognizes that like once you guys move forward, like everything is going to change. You know what I mean? Like it's like I keep on seeing like I feel like they almost feel like they can feel the weight of that. And it's them like trying to find the energetic confidence is what I keep on getting, if that makes sense. Thank you for confirming. Excellent. All right, my friends, I want to thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Final call for anyone who would like a full reading or anybody who is a super fan who has not had a one card pulled who would like one today. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. If you would like an invite to the disco, just message me directly from this live with a disco gift and I'll be happy to send you that invite. Once you get there, you can introduce yourself to the collective. You can also head over to the perk section, and in the perk section you'll find a very special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. I've got you, dear. We got one card for Tiff General, please. The Empress card in its reversal. So the Empress card in its reversal effectively works us through, I feel like, don't allow the trauma to inform how you feel about the self, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of trauma that you carry as it relates to someone constantly pointing out your imperfections. Animal spirit, yeah, you shouldn't have to go through that, right? Healthy energy doesn't say you'd be beautiful if you did this. It's the energy that says, do you recognize how beautiful you are, right? Because I like to point out the modality by which another person, right? That's another person projecting their imperfections on you, right? Don't let their imperfections bother you, right? Recognize that that's them, right? Like let that be a moment by which you recognize like the space by which that's them doing it to themselves, right? Absolutely. And Nikki, one card highest, please. Ace of Wands in its upright. I feel like I see something there in relationality to being able to effectively work through. This is a great energy for you in terms of putting yourself out there or reintroducing yourself to someone or are able to articulate to another person what your energetic interest is. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Don't communicate upon frustration. Articulate upon what you're energetically celebrating. Yeah, especially with the Raven energy. Like, I want to point out, like, don't get in an argument when it feels like someone isn't giving you something that feels energetically helpful, right? Say, like, I appreciate that you're kind of trying to bring that to a point of help. This is what help would actually look like for me, right? And see if they're able to change it, because that'll tell you everything you need to know in terms of what you're receiving. Melissa, one card pull, highest priority, please. The Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like there's something about that Seven of Pentacles in its reversal, which is working into the context of being able to articulate or amplify. Like, I keep on seeing like something about you being able to identify a new way of doing something, or not just a new way of doing something, you kind of like reorganizing or doing something in a way that you haven't thought about doing it before. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Sun card, right? Some kind of observation in terms of being able to articulate and explore something in a positive way, or potentially being able to, I keep wondering, being able to personalize something in a way that you haven't thought of doing before. Animal spirit guide. I feel like this is a continuation of what we were doing in terms of that Akashic reading as it relates to vulnerability, or working into the space of you getting better, being seen, or articulating upon your own personal story. Thank you. Hi there, Claire. I got you, dear. One card, inner union, please. Love that question. I feel like there's something important here in terms of feeling like your feeling of energetic frustration is valid as it relates to the approaches that you're trying to take towards things, right? The ability to effectively recognize and identify your anger is not overwrought if there's a perfectly good reason on terms of being able to identify what you would prefer. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles, right? Negligence is the sound, like someone weaponizing negligence is the sound by which we ask for something over and over and over again. And then in the space by which we finally have to demand, another person tells us that we have an anger problem, right? Don't get louder, catalog, right? Don't get louder, catalog the repetition, which is the modality by which one is able to articulate the reason, that the logical reason why you might feel energetically incensed. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you want to get on the list today, you will be the first person read for tomorrow, which means you'll also have privilege and you'll be read for before the daily collective begins. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much for those heart me's, Lucas. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.